We are now live. Sound check. Hamilton City Council meeting for Friday, August 12th, 2022. Sound check.
Are we ready to go?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have quorum. We are ready to go live.
All right, thank you, and good morning, everyone. And welcome to everyone. We have quorum in the room from members of council. We have Councilors Clark and Danko and Pauls in the council chambers and everyone else on WebEx. And we have the senior leadership team in the House, and we have guests. So welcome all. And I'd like to call this meeting to order. And please ask you to stand for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you, and please be seated. And I will acknowledge that the City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. And today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we acknowledge and recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are also advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, and that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format if they so wish. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be kept to a non-audible function during our meeting, and we are on the 5-minute time limit for speakers, and we will adhere to that. And if you require more time, you can ask to get on the speakers list once again. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There is one added ceremonial activity, a donation of obsolete firefighting equipment to the Ukraine. There are 18 added correspondence items. Item 4.7, correspondence respecting report CM 22012, PED 22058, and HSC 22030 regarding Hamilton's climate action strategy implementation resources and governance, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 1 of the GIC report 22016. Item 4.8, correspondence respecting report PED 22154, amendments to expand the permitted uses in low-density residential zones, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 7 of the Planning Committee report 22-012. Item 4.9, correspondence from Patrick Harrington, Airden Burles, respecting the reenactment of the Parkland Dedication Bylaw PED 22158, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 9 of Planning Committee report 22013. Item 410, correspondence from Sydney Shaw respecting 256 Mill Street South in Waterdown, with a recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 3 of Planning Committee report 22012. Item 411, correspondence from Nicole Smith respecting Hamilton's climate action strategy, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 1 of the GIC report 22016. There are 8 added notices of motion. 7.1, reconsideration of a decision that was defeated at the April 27, 2022 council meeting respecting the GIC report concerning vaccination verification policy. Item 7.2, amendment to item 3.1 of the council minutes 22012, respecting an amendment to the mandatory COVID vaccination policy. Item 7.3, financial support for City Hamilton Housing to address underfunding from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Item 7.4, amendment to item 2 of the Public Works Committee Report 19-011, respecting Ancaster Memorial Arts and Culture Centre. Item 7.5, amendment to item 4 of the Audit and Finance and Administration Committee Report 22012. Item 7.6, amendment to item 4 of the Audit and Finance Committee Report 21-012, respecting investing in city roads and sidewalks. Item 7.7, potential development expansion of the John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport. Item 7.8, Association of Municipalities of Ontario with a representative change. There are 21 added bills, which are up before you all, from item 206 to 227, and I'll save my breath on those. They're listed in the agenda. That's everything?
That's a handful of changes. Thank you. I would also ask for one change on items 7.1 and 7.2 related to the mandatory vaccination policy, that we deal with that issue right after our ceremonial activity this morning. So if someone could move that change to move 7.1 and 7.2 up in the agenda. Councillor Clark, thank you. Councillor Danko, thank you very much. Any comments or questions on that? If not, I will ask for a vote on that change and that amendment. Madam Clerk will put that up, and then we will approve the agenda as amended.
Councillor Farr, if we could get your vote, please.
That's a thumbs up from Councillor Farr. Okay, that's carried. So on the agenda as amended, all in favor then? I'm tempted to sing Waterloo in the interludes here, but I'll spare you that. Thank you. We have a wonderful ceremonial activity this morning in support of Ukraine, and I would ask the fire chief and the deputy fire chief of Oakville to come and join us at the podium here today. And let me also introduce with us Elena Lazar, the president of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress in Hamilton, and Mary Holodik, vice president of the UCC here in Hamilton, as well as Bob Lishan, who is the Credit Union Foundation Director, who will come up in a moment to say a few words. So please join us. And again, I'm pleased to be here today to be with the Chief and the Deputy Fire Chief, Kyle Ragzlaplan. If I mess that up, you'll forgive me. Thank you. And directors with Firefighters Without Borders. And on behalf of the City of Hamilton, I'm pleased to share that today the Hamilton Fire Department is donating a significant amount of out-of-service firefighting gear to support the Ukrainian counterparts through their Firefighters Without Borders. So immediately following this ceremony, Firefighters Without Borders will pick up these items, which include 500 sets of bunker gear, 45 helmets, 266 firefighter gloves, 53 protective hoods, 120 Nomex coveralls, and 21 harnesses, all material that is no longer needed here in the city of Hamilton to be donated to the Ukrainian cause. So the donation is out-of-service personal protective equipment. It's another tangible example of how Hamilton continues to demonstrate support of the Ukraine and Ukrainians, and whether it's welcome those who arrive in Hamilton fleeing the war, or in this case supporting fellow firefighters in Ukraine. We're working to serve and protect citizens and property during such fraught times. We want to thank the Firefighters Without Borders for their efforts to build firefighting capacity in Ukraine, and to our team here at the Hamilton Fire Department for making this donation. So I'd ask the Chief Cunliffe to come up and say a few words. So Chief, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. On behalf of the Hamilton Fire Department, I want to personally thank Kalpana Reglapan, the Deputy Chief from Oakville, who has been my contact. Kalpana is a director with Firefighters Without Borders, and without her and the partnerships of the organization, we would not be able to go through and develop the logistics that are required to get this donation to Ukraine. Every day, the members of the Hamilton Fire Department respond to emergencies to help our residents in whatever way they can to mitigate and to help them on their worst day. And this is an opportunity for the Hamilton Fire Department to give back to our firefighter brothers and sisters in Ukraine who do the same thing every day but are doing it without the necessary protective firefighting equipment that they so deeply need. So on behalf of the city and in behalf of the fire department, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to do this and to help others. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Chief. And maybe to invite Bob Lashin. I knew I was going to mess it up, so you'll correct me, but Bob is the Credit Union Foundation Director. Bob, if you would, please.
Yeah, my name is Bob Lashin. BCU Foundation is committed to funding projects and activities that promote the rich Ukrainian-Canadian cultural identity and depict the historical context of the Ukrainian-Canadian experience. Its support also enhances the development of community organizations and fosters leadership in the Ukrainian-Canadian community. BCU Foundation was started over 20 years ago with seed money from one of the largest Ukrainian-Canadian credit unions, Buduchny's Credit Union. Since its establishment, BCU Foundation has distributed over $15 million in support of countless projects to a multitude of organizations across Canada. BCU Foundation is proud to partner with Firefighters Without Borders, Hamilton Fire Department, and the City of Hamilton in delivering critically needed fire equipment, including 500 bunker suits, to Ukraine in partnership with the charitable foundation World for You on the ground in Ukraine. The equipment that the Hamilton Fire Department and the City of Hamilton are donating today will be sent to the eastern regions, including Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, as well as southern regions in Ukraine, including Odessa and Mykolaiv, where shelling and bombing continues, feeding fires. As Ukraine's Independence Day approaches and we reflect on the current situation in Ukraine, we are grateful to have continued support from our larger Canadian community, which stands with Ukraine and is helping provide resources not just in Ukraine, but in supporting newcomers and displaced persons arriving in Canada. This type of support provides hope to our larger Ukrainian community. As BCU Foundation, we continue to work tirelessly on providing much-needed humanitarian aid where it is needed and assist with resettlement programs. The financial support and generosity of our donors is fueling the work that we do, and we ask that anyone who can donate, please visit bcufoundation.com. Your support is needed now more than ever. Thank you.
That's great. You know, I think it's because of the tragic circumstances happening in Ukraine, it's probably not appropriate to applaud, but congratulations. I think it's a positive contribution to the effort in Ukraine, and we continue to wish the Ukrainian people well in terms of this conflict. So congratulations and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, members of council, and we would congratulate all of them for their great work and certainly thank the fire department for their effort to make available equipment that's no longer needed here in Hamilton to the Ukrainian people. And we continue to support the Ukrainian people in terms of intake as well. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, if we could do items 7.1 and 7.2 after declarations of interest, just to make sure that.
That's what I was planning on doing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so now that we are at declarations of interest, let me ask for declarations of interest. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. So I have 3 declarations of interest. Item 11 in the first planning report is 440 Wilson Street East, the Ontario Lands Tribunal appeal, and I need to declare a disqualifying interest as my son has a retail business interest with Mr. Mancha, who is one of the property owners, and as such, I need to declare a disqualifying interest on this one. The next one, Mr. Mayor, would be item number 5. I got them backwards here. In the next planning committee meeting. So there's 2 planning committee meetings, 154 Wilson Street. And my son has a retail business interest with Mr. Mancha, who is the principal of the planning firm, and as such, I need to declare a disqualifying interest. And similarly with item number 7, which is 1842 King Street East in Hamilton, Ward 4. My son has a retail business interest with Mr. Mancha, who is the principal with the planning firm, and as such, I need to declare a disqualifying interest on this item. I've already submitted the required forms to the clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time.
Great, thank you, and we will ask the clerks to notify us for separate votes on those matters so you can abstain. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues and general public. Not a qualifying or disqualifying interest, just an interest to actually attend my daughter's recital this evening or this afternoon at 2:45. So we'll step out and then step back into council at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do my very best to see if we can move our meeting along to accommodate that time, but we'll see how that goes. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much. I wish I was at that recital. Those are wonderful experiences. A disqualifying interest, the GIC report 22-015 of August 4th. It is regarding the Community Benefits Advisory Committee. It's non-disqualifying because the Hamilton Community Foundation is a proud funder of the community benefits in Hamilton. The second one is so that's non-disqualifying, beg your pardon. A second one has to do with that same agenda, Mr. Mayor, item 6, the Erase Redevelopment Grant for 488 and 500 Upper Wentworth, as Fengate is one of the principals and my spouse sits on the board of that entity. Thank you.
Okay, noted as well. Appreciate that. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 9 of 5.2, the GIC report, is the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee minutes. So I'm declaring a non-disqualifying interest on that item as my wife is currently the chair of the HWDSB. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all for that. Councillor Ferguson as well.
Yes, I have a disqualifying interest on item 8 of the Planning Committee of August the 3rd, and it involves the taxi industry, and I'm an owner of taxi plates.
Okay. Thank you. Duly noted, and we'll again have a separate vote at that moment in time. Any other declarations of interest? Not seeing any. Thank you. We're going to go to notices of motion, and I understand there's item 7.1 that we've advanced from the notices of motion area at the back of the meeting to now. And so item 7.1 is a reconsideration motion, and Councillor Danko, if you would.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just,
I'll let you pull it up.
there we go. So first is to waive the rules, I believe.
Okay.
Yep.
So that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting the reconsideration of decision that was defeated at the April 27th, 2022 council meeting respecting subsection A of item 10 of General Issues Committee Report 22-008, amendment to the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy.
Right, this is on waiving the rules now, right? Okay. The seconder for that would be Councillor Clark. Thank you. Am I looking at a speaker's list on waiving the rules? Okay. On waiving the rules, then, all in favor? Or opposed? I don't have a vote coming up on my screen. Not in favor. Right. Councillor Vanderbeek, if you could indicate Thumbs up, thank you. In favor, thank you very much. Okay, and that's carried. And just as an aside, I understand there was a desire to put forward a motion to put these impacted individuals on long-term leave until 2023. I've checked with the clerk. Clerk has advised that that motion has already been defeated, and therefore, if someone wanted to raise that as an issue, they would have to be those that voted in the majority or those that voted to defeat that motion. Not aware of anyone that's prepared to do that at this point in time, so we are left with the original recommendations. On that, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion prepared that I will move, and Councillor Tom Jackson of Ward 6 will second. Consideration of a decision that was defeated at April 27th, 2022 council meeting respecting subsection A of item 10 of the General Issues Committee Report 22-008, amendment to the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy HUR 21008B citywide, item number 10.6. That subsection A of the item 10 of the General Issues Committee Report 22-008, amendment to the mandatory vaccination verification policy, which was defeated by council on April 27, 2022, and reads as follows: be considered. Item 10. Amendment to the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy, citywide. A, that the city suspend its mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy requiring proof of full vaccination in the workplace, and that the following provisions in the current policy be amended by: I, removing the general requirement to provide proof of vaccination or participate in rapid antigen testing program as an ongoing condition of employment, thereby eliminating the termination of employment for those employees failing to provide evidence of vaccination by May 31st, 2022. Item 2, discontinuing the requirements for employees who have not disclosed their vaccination status or who are subject to an accommodation to participate in rapid antigen testing effective May 2nd, 2022. And 3, removing citizen appointees from the application of the policy. And my understanding with staff and the clerks that this motion in essence eliminates that mandatory vaccination policy. Did I get everything correct?
Yeah, so my error is we should have done the reconsideration first, so that would be the motion that we will then do once we have reconsideration done. We don't need to read it again, so you're clear about what we're going to be voting on.
Is there a fire tank with oxygen?
I'm going to turn to Councillor Danko for that reconsideration.
Thank you. The reconsideration is subsection A of item 10 of the General Issues Committee Report 22-008, amendment to the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination verification policy, which was defeated by council on April 27, 2022, and as was just read into the record.
Okay, thank you. So on the reconsideration motion, Councillor Pauls, I see your name up there. Are you speaking on reconsideration of this matter?
First of all, I would ask if Councillor Clark, if I could be the seconder to the motion, I would appreciate it, because if Councillor Jackson doesn't mind. Oh, I turned off my mic.
I had requested Councillor Jackson last night, and I'd prefer to leave it as it was. That was part of the agreement that was reached.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Just before the vote goes, I just want to have just a couple of sentences on my thought, if I'm allowed to do that now, or should I
You're
wait till
allowed,
after?
yeah.
Yeah, it's very short sentence that I just want to say, because I wrote it down.
Let me just go to reconsideration. We have to reconsider first before we speak to the issue.
Yes, okay, we'll do the reconsideration.
Let's do the reconsideration vote, and then Councillor Clark's motion will be on the floor, and you can hopefully briefly speak to it then.
Yes.
So on the reconsideration, vote is up. In favor or opposed or abstaining? Councillor Powers indicating not in favor. Thumbs up from Councillor Vanderbeek. Thank you. And that motion's carried. Thank you. And so the motion's already been read by Councillor Clark, second by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Paul.
Thank you. And Mayor, I don't want to prolong this. I want to thank my colleagues for this moment. But I just wrote down just a couple of my thoughts. It's not long. It'll take about 30 seconds. So bear with me. I wrote it down. After debating this important issue by continuing to extend the mandate for a few months at a time over the last year and a half, we have put our employees through mental anguish. We have left them hanging, facing uncertain future and wondering how they will provide for their families. Who can count the toll on their mental health and will be not to mention the potential financial burden on the taxpayers of the City of Hamilton for mounting an enormous cost of litigating these individual cases. We should be given more consideration to all the costs from the beginning. I could say a lot more about this ordeal, but I am thankful and grateful and very happy with the proposed outcome. Finally, I want to say to everyone, in order to attract great employees, we must show great respect to all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any others on the speakers list? Councillor Nairn.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment again to say thank you to all of the staff who did adhere to the policy while it was active. The way in which our staff rose to the occasion, not only in terms of volunteering and being redeployed and doing everything that we possibly could to mount one of the most historic vaccination programs the city has seen at a time of a global pandemic that we will hopefully be better prepared for should future iterations appear again. Again, I just want to say thank you to the staff in this city, across this corporation that took public health seriously and chose to voluntarily vaccinate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, I also want to thank all of our staff who not only participated in getting the vaccinations as we requested, but also who rose to the occasion to administer them. And if I can, through you to, I believe Laura would be the best one to answer this. Could you please just confirm one more time how many employees actually stepped up and followed the policy to get double vaccinated, please?
Thank you. Laura Fontana.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, 95% of our employees got vaccinated. In terms of numbers, 8,400, just over 8,400 employees got vaccinated, and the balance, approximately 450 or 5%, are currently unvaccinated.
Thank you. So, I mean, that's a staggering number. And, you know, I think those 8,400, staff have been forgotten in this whole discussion. They stepped up, and everyone has a choice. Every single staff person has a choice. And, you know, whatever situation they find themselves in, again, it's their choice. So I just want to say thank you to the 8,400 that, which includes us, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Very quickly, Mr. Mayor, too, I wish to thank all of the staff for all the hard work, not only in deploying to vaccinate our citizens, but the staff that stepped up and met the commitments of double vaccination minimum. I've received my fourth. And I too, at this time, really want to thank the residents of Hamilton. I think that everybody took this very seriously, the majority of people, and I think we stand very well right now as we're sort of peaking the seventh wave. on COVID. When you compare us to other countries around the world, I think Hamilton's done very, very well, and I commend staff and everyone for what they've done to meet this challenge that certainly was not something we would have ever expected in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I remain supportive of suspending this mandate, have since April. So this is consistent, and it was in April that a number of senior staff, fronted by our medical officer of health, actually said, do what we hopefully are about to do now and suspend the mandate. That was her advice, and I saw no reason at the time to suddenly, as a member of council, stop heeding her advice, since we followed every bit of it from the very start of the pandemic, much of it, of course, in emergency operations, unprecedented emergency operations scenarios. So I'm going to heed that advice from that April report here today. And I'd like to close with absolutely 3 cheers to the 95%. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't really going to speak to this, but since a number of my colleagues have, I think it would be wise to indicate why I agreed to support this motion and put it forward with the assistance of Councillor Tom Jackson. When we first made this decision almost a year ago, I asked in that public meeting twice, Ms. Fontana, our Executive Director for Human Resources, if the policy included terminating people. And she indicated twice that we would not be terminating anybody. And that's why I had some concerns when we went down the road that we did, when the testing kits were no longer available easily. I'm with Councillor Farr in terms of my understanding is that HR, public health, as well as legal, agreed to the recommendation to suspend the policy. So I believe, unless I've read something incorrectly, what we are passing today does just that. And I look to Ms. Fontana for clarification to ensure that we've captured it properly.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies, Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources, to Councillor Clark. Yes, it's been captured entirely, and the report recommendations remain the same.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I see from no further speakers. I will resist the temptation to speak to this. My vote will indicate my position on this. It's been well known. So let's go to a vote on the actual motion that Councillor Clark read out. And it's before you right now. It's yes or no, or I don't recall there were any abstentions, and we will see where this lands. It is a negative vote for Councillor Powers. There you go. Thank you. That is passed 9-4. And thank you all for your attendance. And we will move on to other matters. So back to the original agenda. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. So item 7.2. Now I don't know that it's a matter of removing.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to confirm with Councillor Pauls that she'll be withdrawing item 7.2.
I will definitely withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.2 is withdrawn. Thank you. We'll just wait a moment while the gallery clears. No rush. And thank you, members of council. This has been COVID has been a difficult, challenging issue all the way through. So to everyone that's been involved, it's been difficult, complicated, stressful, all of the above, and hopefully less so going forward, and still want to encourage people to get vaccinated. We need to have more people take those third and fourth doses, and that's certainly the advice of our medical officer of health, and that isn't changing anytime soon. So please avail yourselves of the vaccine. That is the best way forward. The gallery is clear. Thank you. We're going to go to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of City Council, July the 8th, 2022. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes? I'll take a flyer motion. Councillor Wilson, second by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Any comments or questions on the minutes? Not seeing any. All in favor then? Vote is up. And any manual votes? Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, good to vote. And that's carried, 13-0. Councillor Danko, you have a motion on the communications. If you would put all of the communications on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to the top, that the August 12th, 2022 council communications be approved as presented.
Thank you. Are there any items in communications that folks would like to speak to or lift or address? Seconder coming up, yeah. Councillor Danko, your seconder would be?
I believe Councillor Pauls was July's deputy mayor, so Councillor Pauls.
Okay, thank you. I see no indication of speakers on the communication, so we'll go right to a vote. Thank you. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thank you, and that's carried. And Councillor Danko, again, a motion to move in the committee of the whole, please.
So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that council move into committee of the whole to consider the committee reports.
Thank you. All in favor? Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thank you. That's carried as well. Councillor Ferguson, a motion to receive and approve the Planning Committee report, please, of August 3rd.
Yeah, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson, the Planning Committee Report 2212, being the meeting held on Wednesday, August the 3rd, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Well, we're gonna deal first off with a declared conflict on item 8. I think that was Councillor Ferguson. So we need a separate vote on item 8 to record that appropriately. So any comments or questions on item 8? Not seeing any. So a separate vote on that to allow Councillor Ferguson to declare his conflict. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Sorry, Councillor Jackson wants to speak to item 8? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Nain, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. Or positive vote. There we go. Thank you. That's carried. And I'm going to turn to Councillor Danko, who has an amendment on item 7. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item 7 is the amendments to expand the permitted uses in low-density residential zones of former community zoning bylaws in Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Glanbrook, and the City of Hamilton and Stony Creek to create 2 new low-density residential zones. Essentially, this is removing exclusionary zoning and expanding the development permissions for existing residential neighborhoods throughout the city. It's part of our growth plan, and the discussion at Planning Committee is that this planning policy is necessary with or without an urban boundary expansion. The city of Hamilton is scheduled to grow by more than 250,000 people in the next 30 years, and we need to find affordable and functional places for those new residents to live, and this policy is necessary in order for our city to accommodate that, whether that's 60% infill with an urban boundary expansion or 80% infill without. Either way, this policy is required. So at Planning Committee, there was some concern raised by Councillor Ferguson about the ability of the Ancaster ER zone neighborhoods, existing residential, to accommodate this type of growth because of stormwater management issues in the old town of Ancaster. The existing residential neighborhoods are approximately 50% of the land area of Ancaster that's west of the 403. So it's a significant portion of that part of the city of Hamilton. So what you have before you in the amendment, and I'm not going to read out the whole thing, it should be before you, but essentially what this amendment does is it recognizes those concerns that were raised by Councillor Ferguson for stormwater management issues in the old town of Ancaster. It provides direction for our staff to complete a stormwater management review, which I believe is already underway. And then once that stormwater review is complete, then the question of inclusionary zoning for those ER zones will be brought back to the next council for consideration. So just to wrap up, the last thing that we want to do is move forward with development that can have any kind of impact on flooding or stormwater management. So we want to really appreciate Councillor Ferguson for raising those issues, but at the same time, I think we have a responsibility to make sure that our entire city, Ancaster included, participates in the future growth of all of our communities. And I believe this motion before you achieves that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment that we're speaking to right now, I have Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me start by saying I think it's unconscionable that two members of council who don't represent Ancaster would place this motion. These two and a few others have generally always opposed anything that comes before council affecting Ancaster, and it's becoming quite unnerving that they would do this. And I don't know what their motivation is for it. Maybe they're just jealous of us. I'm not sure. But I was deeply upset and concerned that they would do this. The amendment that I made at planning, which carried on a 5-2 vote, and the two people who are moving this motion were the two that opposed it. The other 5 supported it, was simply that to delete any lands zoned ER in the former town of Ancaster. And the ER zone, for those of you who don't know, is existing residential. And that means these homes were built pre-planning legislation. So before the Planning Act was brought into, was activated. Now, Councillor Dankel says it's about 50% of Ancaster. That's not true. It's about 20% of Ancaster is the existing residential. It's primarily the areas that are north of Wilson Street. They were built in the 50s and are well-established neighborhoods. These areas have no storm sewers, no curbs, no sidewalks, just a surface-treated road running down the middle, and the whole area is drained by ditches, because that was permitted before the Planning Act came into place, and we put in storm sewers, and storm sewers have retention ponds to stop storm surges. And so I've had deep trouble over my 16 years representing the Ancaster community with this area. The water goes into ditches, and from the ditches it flows downhill as water does. But you get near the bottom end, particularly in the Crestview area and the Brookview area, it comes quite concentrated. There's because it's going down the escarpment as the road goes down, you're running downhill. It can run as much as 3 and 4 inches, 5 inches deep, but running very fast because it's running down the escarpment right through people's backyards. And the one that I've regularly been out to see and meet the homeowners on are the homes that are near the bottom, that where the water has to turn 90 degrees in their backyard. And when we've got Niagara Falls coming over, the water will rush right through it and goes up and up against the homes, and creates a very unnerving situation for the people who live in those houses. And so why the heck would we put these people at further risk with this amendment? One size does not fit all. So we don't need municipalities. Let the province just put their legislation in. This is why the people who represent our wards, we're very familiar with it. And then two people who don't even know Ancaster well put through this amendment. And the page, and it's only one line, as the changes that I proposed and had approved at Planning Committee, has been replaced with 4 pages, which means staff crafted it. And I don't understand it. You know, why are you eliminating the ER zone? You're just wiping that zone out? And I think it's terrible that staff prepared this and didn't consult with the ward councillor. I found out about this late yesterday afternoon when I see the motion come through in my email. So there's something sneaky going on here, and it bothers me. And just a caution to all members of council, this could happen to you. It's terrible that I wasn't consulted on this, because the staff and the people who made this motion have never been down there during a heavy rain and witnessed it. Now, I've had numerous conversations with Public Works about this and planning staff, well, we can fix it. And there's really only 2 fixes. One is to put in storm sewers and retention ponds on these roads to pipe everything down rather than flow through people's front yards, side yards, and mostly backyards. It's unaffordable. Plus, it's a very mature area with very mature trees. And you got to understand that this is only going to get worse. We had a significant debate on Monday about the whole issue of climate change as the storms get bigger. So why do you want to put these people at risk by adding more homes with more driveways and more roofs that are going to flow into that stream? Now, Public Works have come up with these, I think they call them soak-away pits that you can put at the back of the home. But even when I have conversations, they say, yeah, it might not work. And the reason it won't work, you dig a hole and dump in 2 loads of clear stone. You run the roof trough leaders into the soak-away pit, and that fill that voids up around that clear stone that's in there and eventually soak away. And that'll work great in the first 5 years. Ancaster has very sandy, silty soil. And the debris that goes down through the eave troughs and that comes into the soil will leak in there, and probably in 5 to 10 years, and staff don't disagree with me, and I tell them this, we'll fill those voids up and render them worthless, useless. In addition to that, what happens when the homeowner decides that the home sells, a new homeowner buys it, and he has little kids, decides to put a pool in? You don't need a building permit for a pool, so you just dig it out, and it's gone. And I asked staff, who's going to check these things periodically to make sure they're still working? And the answer was, we can't go on private property, which means you can't inspect them, which means you're going to try to find a simple solution that won't work over the long term and put these poor people who live downstream at huge risk. So I am just so disgusted by this amendment that's come in here today. It's a small, small part of my community. And when it existed before the darn Planning Act came in place, you can't go back on that. Now they want to, and I don't know why, it's all this planning jargon, but they say in 2 locations that the ER zoning bylaw be deleted. What are you, downzoning everybody? I don't know. So they at least had a duty to show me this before they throw it here at council. At least had a duty to bring this up if this was an issue at the planning meeting, but to try to sneak it by on the last council meeting that we're going to have that puts these people at risk is unbelievable, simply unbelievable. So I encourage all my colleagues in the strongest possible terms to defeat this amendment. It was supported at committee, supported very largely, 5-2. And I really appreciate it carried through here, because I tell you, if the staff and certain councillors can get away with this, you're all at risk. That's all for now. I may be back a second time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have an extended speakers list on this, so Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, good morning. Not on the amendment, but whatever happens with the amendment, keep me on the list for the overall subject matter, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Powers, on this item. I see item 9 here, so I'll get back to you on that. Councillor Nan.
On the amendment, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to say that what I find unconscionable is the attack of integrity staff. And it's unfortunate that that wasn't brought into account earlier as those words were being spoken. I'm going to continue saying over and over again throughout this term, I guess right until the last council meetings, that attacking the integrity of our staff is absolutely inappropriate, and I would appreciate the councillor to apologize for that. The motion and the amendment that's brought forward, I just wanted to ask through you to staff, could you just remind me what the original recommendation was and whether what is being proposed in this amendment in terms of doing the due diligence of doing that stormwater management study and then basing a decision based on that information, given that very legitimate concern that's been raised by the ward councillor, and then going into the decision. Does that still align with the ability to move forward with this work?
Thank you. General Manager Thorne.
So through the chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development, and I would concur. I do take issue with the suggestion that there is something sneaky going on. As any member of council knows, when we're asked to assist with a motion, we assist with a motion. And in fact, the amendment that was made at Planning Committee to exempt the ER zone of Ancaster that was moved by the Ancaster Ward Councillor, we assisted with that motion as well.
Exactly.
So that motion, what it did at Planning Committee was amended the staff recommendation, which was to include all of the Ancaster ER zone within the amendment. The amendment that was made at Planning Committee was to exempt the ER zone from that staff recommendation.
Thank you for that clarity. I'm in favor of the amendment. I think it actually does a really good balancing act of addressing the ward councillor's concerns around stormwater, giving us the opportunity and future council the opportunity to make an informed decision based on evidence, and then from there continue the good work of preparing our city for growth and implementing the policies that this council has already approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I would thank you to Councillor Nan for raising the obvious. I think at each and every opportunity, when we question the integrity of our professional public servants, we must speak on their behalf, and we must speak out against that. It is the duty of all of us. As it has been set out, it was a staff recommendation to include this part of Ancaster in the low-density rezoning initiative. These areas, whether this council went with the ambitious density or it went with the firm urban boundary, these areas were to be included. Through the chair to the staff, the phase 1 of the report that's referenced in the amendment, could I ask staff to tell us a little bit about my understanding is it is a 2-phase study that was initiated or at least directed in 2016, I believe, from the ward councillor. If they could give a little bit of background on the scope of that study and the work that is outstanding, please, and what the first phase of that study resulted in terms of its conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thorne.
So through the chair, I can give a bit of a high level. If you want some detail, I might have to ask Mr. Robichaud to provide a bit more detail.
High level.
But yes, it was a two-phase study. The first phase looked at an additional sort of smaller pilot area within what we call the Ancaster ER zone. And then subsequent to that pilot study area, the second phase is looking more broadly at the entire Ancaster ER zone. And to the councillor's question, yes, it's looking at issues around grading, flooding, drainage related to intensification, infill, redevelopment within that Ancaster area.
Thank you. Keeping still at a high level, I think, you may have just said it, the conclusion of the first phase, and could you give us the timing on the work of the second phase, please, and thank you.
So through the chair, sorry, I don't have the date that first phase was concluded. It was a while back. The second phase, my understanding is it is nearing completion. It's a study that's being led by staff within Public Works and is imminently going to be completed and the conclusions known.
So to my colleagues, staff are professionally carrying out the direction of a previous council. The first phase that is referenced in this amendment has been completed. The second phase is nearing completion, and we are to allow and not suggesting that we usurp that phase two. We are awaiting the conclusions of that professional work and the recommendations that will come from that work, and that will inform the actions thereafter. If I could ask staff, if I have time, on the consequence for the city of, in terms of perhaps a unit count, what would happen with the continued exclusion of this part of Ancaster in terms of the units that would have to be distributed elsewhere, please, and thank you.
Thank you.
So through the chair, I know Planning Division has taken a look at that, and I'll refer that question to Mr. Robichaud.
Thank you.
Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. There is approximately 1,840 properties that are zoned ER within the Ancaster area. The removal of those properties would mean that there'd be a loss of potential housing units of a minimum 1,841 units, additional units that could be created through this form of intensification. Even if assuming that 50% of those properties would redevelop and intensify at 900 units, we would have to look for alternative locations within the urban area of the city of Hamilton to provide those 900 units towards the city's goal of achieving 100% of the growth within the existing urban area. So other areas of the city would see we would be looking at increasing the intensification assignments to other areas of the city to offset the loss of those units from the Ancaster ER zoned area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you to Mr. Robichaud for having that information prepared for us, as was promised. Again, to underscore the staff recommendation, who are the professionals on this matter, originally, as part of the recommendation, included the Ancaster ER zone. And they wouldn't have done so because they have done their due diligence in the absence of believing it was possible. But having said that, the amendment provides for the conclusion of phase two of work that is ongoing, and that will inform action thereafter.
So
I think
that's time for you, if you could.
if I could just wrap up my comment, and then I'll be done, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. If anything, the Stop Sprawl or the Firm Urban Boundary initiative, I thought, brought Hamiltonians together, and clearly at numbers that we have not witnessed before in terms of citizen participation, because they understood that we are all in this together. And that includes all parts of Ancaster, all parts of the mountain, all parts of the lower city. I think we should follow the lead of our residents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff for their work.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I didn't see the debate at the Planning Committee. While I can understand the good councillor's passion this morning, I think the allegation that either councillors and or staff combined were being sneaky is most certainly an unfortunate disparagement of our staff and councillors. I know for a fact that there have been discussions that have occurred on numerous times, many times at the last minute, and we shouldn't go down the road of impugning motives and disparagements to staff or our colleagues. It's inappropriate regardless of what emotion may have triggered it. Can I ask staff a question, Mr. Mayor, given that I was not present at the planning meeting? I heard the good councillor indicate that the ER zone in Ancaster represents approximately 20% of Ancaster. When I looked at the map last night, it looked 20, 30%. I couldn't really do the calculation in the way that I saw the map, to be honest. Do we know, is that roughly 20% of Ancaster? Is that 20% of the development in Ancaster or 20% of the geographical territory in Ancaster?
Thank you. Mr. Robichaud?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. For the purpose of this study, we excluded, or the staff recommendation, we excluded areas that have an existing in-force and effect secondary plan. So it depends how you define what the geographic area is. If you include all of the residential properties in Ancaster, including the ones in secondary plans, which are not part of the staff recommendation, then the councillor's estimate of approximately 20-25% of the properties would be correct. However, for the purpose of the staff recommendation that's currently before council, the Ancaster ER zone would represent about 40% of the land area that is affected by this zoning change as recommended by staff. And because those are larger properties, it translates, I think, to about 35% of the units. So it's really how you're defining the universe. So like I said, entire city of Ancaster, the ER zone is probably about 25% of the urban area. For the purpose of what was recommended by staff, the ER zone would have represented, I believe, about 48% of the land area affected by the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, we had excluded the secondary plan area in Ancaster, and hence that's the difference. The same number of units is the same. It's just the denominator for the purpose of doing that calculation changes, whether or not you include secondary plan areas. Thank you.
Councilor Clark.
And to be fair, across the city, secondary plans were not included in this recommendation wherever the formalized registered secondary plan exists.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We excluded all of the secondary plan areas, whether it's Stony Creek, Glanbrook, Ancaster, Flamborough, or Hamilton. Any of those areas were excluded because of the secondary plans often contain very detailed site-specific policies relating to density and land use, and that'll be the phase 2 work that we'll be reporting on after we have public consultation on the proposed amendments to the secondary plans and associated zoning bylaw changes. Thank you.
They are most certainly detailed. I can recall working on a few of them, and complex they are. Can I ask a question with regards to the position of the good councillor that flooding in Ancaster in this area is a significant issue? I can tell you from experience, I've seen some flooding up there that resembles a river going down a swale and road. Can I get comments as to the veracity of the good councillor's statement without disparaging the councillor?
Public Works issue by and large. Any knowledge on any flooding issues in Ancaster at this point? Or something we need to get back on?
Yeah, so through the chair, if Carla wishes to comment, he can. But I would say that there have been issues, which is why that study was initiated. The study that's referenced in Councillor Danko's motion, that is in its second phase, is to look at how that can be mitigated against as intensification is happening in Ancaster. But notably, in one of the reasons why staff was comfortable including those lands in the area now, is that council has already approved that 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 area is unique in the city and that it is subject to site plan control. So most areas of the city for building detached homes, duplexes, things like that don't undergo site plan control. This area does for that very reason, so that through that site plan control process, we can look at opportunities to mitigate those impacts.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, that's time for you. Do you have a wrap-up or a second time?
Put me down for a second time,
Okay,
just to be
thank
fair.
Sorry. Councillor Danko, if you would take the chair for a moment. I have some comments as well, and I think sadly unfortunate that at this point, accusations are made around staff and sneakiness in council, and I don't recall being informed that there was going to be a change at planning committee on this matter. And when I did find out about it, I was actually prepared to vote against Councillor Ferguson's amendment that he had put forward at the planning committee. So I was going to raise this in any event. I was not aware of any motions coming forward by anyone else until I was made aware of it yesterday. And I fully support the recommendation. So if there's a concern around flooding in Ancaster, this addresses that concern. There's no kind of blank check or an exemption across the board for any community, quite frankly, unless there's an identified problem that would prevent that zoning issue or that density issue from happening. So I can't support Councillor Ferguson's direction on this. I fully support the motion, which really puts to the test whether there is a remedy to some of the flooding that might be occurring or some of the high water volumes that might be occurring. And that's what the study proposes to do. And so in the absence of that, we're just going on hearsay as opposed to on some direct evidence. And you know what? There are many motions. I got motions on the agenda today from Councillor Ferguson actually that I wasn't aware of to shuffle money out of the Memorial Center to some other location in Ancaster. I wasn't aware of that. I'm generally supportive, but was not notified, not indicated to me. And on many occasions, these things evolve. So, from the original recommendation that staff said include these lands, Councillor Ferguson came forward with a motion to exclude them. I don't support that. Staff, I think, have the knowledge and understanding of why it's important to include, especially in fairness across the board, so all municipalities are affected in an equal way. And no one gets an exemption on this process. So I'm very supportive of the recommendation. I think it's unfortunate, and Councillor Ferguson should think twice about reiterating the comments that he made earlier about sneakiness or unfairness or council ganging up on him, or two individuals that are personally attacking Ancaster. I don't think that's the case at all. I think there's really a matter of equity and fairness in this. And certainly I was prepared to highlight the original amendment that Councillor Ferguson put forward and actually asked to oppose it. So I think this is a better resolution, quite frankly, because it does not delete his recommendation, but certainly puts to the test the flooding and drainage issues that will be then the key indicator as to whether or not this will be included in the way that staff originally recommended. So I thank the councillor for his passion. I think it's unfortunate, and he should apologize to our staff. Doesn't have to apologize to me. This happens often enough. That's politics. I'm not asking for a personal apology, but our staff deserve one, and you should make one. And I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor Danko. Or I'll take the chair back, in fact. And I'm going to go to second-time speakers. Councillor Ferguson.
Mr. Mayor, I'm on first time.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Farr, then Pearson,
Oh,
and then
okay.
Ferguson
Didn't
for
see
second
that.
time.
Sorry,
Thank
my
you.
apologies. Councillor Farr, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, to planning staff, I'm trying to recollect from the healthy debate what our author of this report was coming back to council with. Can you remind me? We had asked for some additional information, Steve.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think staff was asked to look into how many properties would be affected, and I think that's the information that Mr. Robichaud gave in response to the earlier question.
Thought there was another. Okay, and that was 1,840 units through you to Jason?
So through the chair, sorry, I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm going to ask Steve to provide that answer. But yes, it was the number of properties affected and the number of potential units that could be affected. So maybe I'll ask if Steve can repeat that.
Councillor Farr, could you turn your video on so I can see the whites of your eyes? I don't see you on the screen. Very good.
How's that?
Thank you.
Looking good?
I love eye contact. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there are 1,841 properties in the town of Ancaster that are zoned ER.
Okay. The presentation at Planning Committee opened with a slide that depicted the numbers associated to staff's original grid's recommendation of ambitious density, I believe you called it. And then ultimately what council decided, which was the no urban boundary expansion. And what were those numbers again? And then can you give us the math now that this, in the event the 1841 is excluded?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the provincial growth forecasts and the work done by city staff and external consultants, the city of Hamilton is forecast to grow by 109,000 households to 2051. Under the ambitious density, 80% of that growth was planned to be accommodated within the existing urban area. And then the question was, where do we accommodate the approximately 22,000 additional households or dwelling units based on that forecast growth? Through council's adoption of the no urban boundary expansion, staff were required to go back and revisit opportunities for intensification such that all 109,000 dwelling units would be accommodated within the existing urban area. And that is what we did through the work on OPA 167 that was adopted by council, which set a firm urban boundary to 2051. Thank you.
So am I hearing then, through you, to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, to Steve, Mr. Mayor, you take 1,841 potentially if the amendment here is defeated, away from the 22,000 K that you just referenced?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that 22,000 K would include that 1841 as part of how we demonstrate to the province we can accommodate all of the growth within the existing urban area. An important consideration is that this form of development responds to what we heard from various stakeholders during the discussion and debate around the urban boundary expansion, in that this would be ground-related residential units, which would provide an important choice for consumers because not everybody wants to live in a medium or high-rise building. So this would be meeting that full continuum of housing needs, and it would be permissive zoning, and property owners would have the right to choose to exercise to do this or not. But it could create a situation where someone could essentially convert an existing dwelling into a fourplex, and it would also provide that additional opportunity where an individual could condominiumize the fourplex and actually create tenure, so that they would not, so if they were in a co-housing arrangement, rather than having to sell the entire dwelling unit, somebody could actually own an apartment within what would effectively look like a single detached dwelling, or it could be a rental consideration if you're looking at accommodating that full continuum of housing needs. And as we indicated at committee when we started the presentation, effectively this would be a move away from traditional zoning and the end of exclusionary zoning, and looking at providing a full range of housing opportunities in a form of intensification, meeting those housing needs to 2051. Thank you.
Councillor Farr.
And then through you, Chair, safe to say most of this ER area of Ancaster is heritage, meets the parameters? The homes there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the existing dwellings in Ancaster, they would be, I don't understand the heritage question, but they would have the opportunity to intensify for up to 4 units if they were included in the area. However, as the motion is essentially deferring that decision until such time as PW reports back on the results of their stormwater management review of the Ancaster ER area. Thank you.
Right, it's ER, so it goes back, and I believe that one of the 4 pillars of judging heritage anywhere in Ontario is the age of the building that exists there now, and I would suspect that because it's ER, most of them are older than 60 years, which I believe is the barometer, if I'm not correct, through you, Chair.
Councillor Fard, that's time for you. I'm just going to be consistent on this, so I'll put you on a second time if you have more questions. I would caution not to re-debate the whole urban sprawl, urban boundary issue, but some of your questions were germane to Ancaster, so I appreciate that. So do you want to go on a second time?
Mr. Robichaud didn't understand my heritage question, so my last comment there and question, and it was my last, was just to bring some clarity, and if that helps him.
Okay, I'll let him answer that.
Thanks,
and
I'm done, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, short answer is yes. Based on these dwellings would be within that, they're moving towards that heritage consideration based on the period of construction of the original dwellings. Many have been replaced, but the original homes would be moving into that sort of post-World War II first generation of suburban development. And there are older areas of Ancaster, obviously, that are clearly heritage buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly appreciate all the questions so far. I just want to ask, just for clarification, so the properties that, the 1,840 units potential in Ancaster under the ER zone will be subject to site plan control through you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Mayor, to staff.
Yeah, that's what I
Through you,
heard.
Mr. Mayor, the current Ancaster ER zone area is already subject to site plan control. So this change in zoning or this motion would not change that. Anybody wishing to construct a new dwelling in the Ancaster ER area or a substantial renovation, addition to an existing dwelling, is required to go through a site plan process, and that's been in place for approximately 5 years now. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And I just wanted to verify, because I know I asked the question at Planning Committee, the properties that currently do not have or are not recognized with a secondary plan, because I asked the question, there are a couple in my ward, that this still has to go through a public process. Is that correct, Mr. Robichaud, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was one of the directions when we originally presented this, for staff to report back on options, including a requirement for public consultation. What staff have recommended is that there not be a requirement for public consultation. We didn't look at and that's just simply that people would be able to alter their properties as of right without any requirement for public consultation, simply because if the zoning is in force and effect, the adjacent neighbors would not have any recourse in terms of stopping the homeowner exercising those zoning permissions in terms of changes to their property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, but the intensification could be on any of the properties, and I'm assuming that the ER zone, there is no secondary plans on these in Ancaster as well, so that's why that was eliminated, correct? I'm just trying to get the picture of what we had at committee.
Mr. Robichaud?
That is correct. There is no secondary plan for those ER zone properties that staff have recommended, that were included in the staff recommendation. There may be some properties that are within the Wilson Street secondary plan, but they have been excluded from what staff had recommended in the staff recommendation that was presented to committee.
Thank you, and I'm just going to ask one last question, just because. So, if part of the intensification that will be allowed, would that address some of the concerns going forward of Councillor Ferguson with regards to drainage and grading and flooding, et cetera? Because would that not be part of the site plan process, site plan control?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. At the site plan stage, there would be a detailed review by the growth management staff and/or the Hamilton Conservation Authority staff with respect to stormwater management, and the applicant would be required to satisfy both the city and the Conservation Authority that stormwater management can be adequately dealt with on site. In addition, I think the Public Works staff have been aware of this issue, and one of they're investigating is the maintenance program for the existing ditches and culverts within the Ancaster area, and that is part of the scope of work. It's also my understanding in discussions with growth management staff and Public Works staff that the work that the city has been doing in the province in terms of low impact development will also address some of these concerns and what measures and mechanisms are required to be put in place through the site plan process to ensure that stormwater management would be adequately addressed. Nevertheless, I think the intent of the recommendation, that amendment that's been put forward, is simply to defer or to report back on the Ancaster ER area once Public Works staff have completed their review. If Public Works staff come back and say the problem can't be fixed until such time as X, Y, and Z happens, then obviously staff would not proceed with recommending the zoning change. However, if Public Works staff come back and say the problem can be addressed through the site planning process and or a maintenance program, then we would come forward with the appropriate zoning bylaw recommendations at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robichaud. Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I'll certainly listen to the rest of the speakers and Councillor Ferguson. I know I supported Councillor at committee, but I certainly understand the recommendation going forward. Still affords an opportunity to address concerns before it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson?
Mr. Mayor, I am still on the speakers list for the main item, please. Thank you.
That's what I thought. Yeah, we'll make sure you're there. Councillor Ferguson at this point, second time. And then Councillor Clark. Councillor Ferguson. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now. Yep.
Perfect. So I want to explain, first of all, I apologize to staff for the word sneaky, but I want to explain why I felt it was sneaky. Councillor, General Manager Thorne did help me with the amendment that's before you, and it was 8 words, 1 sentence, that the ER zone in Ancaster not being included. Yesterday afternoon, I received a document with an amendment to those 8 words that's 4 pages long. And never in my experience have staff come up with such a comprehensive document, which quite frankly, I can't understand it, reading it, without consulting with me or consulting with the ward councillor. I just wanted to caution all the other members of council, this could happen to you in this 11th hour where these amendments come up.
I thought you were apologizing, but it doesn't sound like an apology to me. So why don't you
I am.
stick with the issue?
I tried to explain why.
Understood.
And so when you get a 4-page document, and you know, twice it says they're going to eliminate the ER zone. What does that mean? Why are you going to do that? And so I think I should have had the opportunity to vet this first before it was circulated. And that's why I felt it was untoward what happened. And I'm still incredibly angry about it, because it's so out of character that something like this would get circulated without first consulting with the ward councillor. That's just a protocol that our planning staff, at least from my experience, have been very good at doing. And that's why it felt not right to me. And but Ancaster was founded in 1793. It's the 3rd oldest municipality in the province of Ontario. There is a lot of history in there. And as you all know, I've worked hard over the years to protect that. And I want to protect these people who are experiencing very difficult situations even before climate change because of the runoff and how it's handled. Public Works staff had to go and put back lawns 2 or 3 times. They simply got washed out because of this. And I see this as a real threat to it, because if you're going to put another 1,841 units in this area, not only will it destroy the tree canopy, which we all cherish, but it'll also have more runoff. And I'm just not on for these soak-away pits. And Mark Bainbridge and myself have had many a conversation about that. And I think he doesn't disagree with me that there's risk. So why take the risk? I don't understand why you guys want to take that risk. Because nobody knows their ward better than the ward councillor. And I tell you, this is a problem. And for that reason, I would ask you all to vote against the amendment and go with the original motion recommended by planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just ask, I guess the clerk would be the appropriate person. So if the Ferguson amendment, item D, is approved here and Public Works comes back with reports that indicate that flooding is not an issue, can the new council revisit this amendment?
Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, the next term of council can consider any decision made during this term of council without it being a reconsideration.
And if the amendment that's being proposed today again passes and Public Works come back with a report that indicate flooding is a big issue, again, the new council can revisit that amendment and reverse it to what's before us currently?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've had fulsome discussion on this. I see no further speakers. So on the amendment as put forward by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Wilson, all in favor or opposed on just the amendment at this point, and then we'll get to the main motion. And in favor is Councillor Powers. Thumbs up, I see. Anyone else need to do a manual vote? And that's carried 7-6. Thank you. On the main motion now, Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your patience for myself. So not being on planning, just through you to General Manager Thorne. Good morning, Jason. I just want to be clear now. This is a carryover from what we discussed a month or two ago, and that being the allowance of triplexes, fourplexes in C single-family residential neighborhoods. Through you, Mr. Mayor, please, to the General Manager.
Yep, thank you. Thorne?
Through the chair, that's correct. We had previously put this in front of committee and undertook some additional consultation, and that's what's before you now.
And General Manager Thorne, supplementary, if memory serves me right, as part of your recommendation, and is it still here today, that public processes, if you will not be required if a homeowner wants to convert to a fourplex? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager.
Through the chair, that's essentially correct. So we did in the staff report, we were asked to look at a few different options and we presented those in the report. But what would be involved if somebody is just converting an existing dwelling into a triplex or a fourplex, it would be just a building permit requirement, which there's no consultation around if you're applying for a building permit for your home. If there are other matters that do trigger things like variances, then those do continue to go through the usual public process. But what would be before you now is that if it's just your existing dwelling, the existing structure, you're not altering the size of it, the exterior of it, any of those sorts of things, it would just require a building permit. And yes, a building permit process is not a public process.
Thank you.
And further thank you, Mr. Mayor, further supplementary, General Manager. Did I also read where the fee amount has been reduced, and I suppose from the professional planner's end of things, to encourage this type of intensification? Was I correct in hearing the fees have been reduced? Through you, Mr. Mayor? Then I have a couple of comments, please.
Thank you. Mr. Thorne?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I have to defer that one to Mr. Robichaud. I can't recall what was said about the fees.
Looks like he can't recall either, but he's looking for answers.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, through this city initiative to change the zoning, there was no discussion or revisions to the fees. There is a current fee that council put in place for those individuals where the zoning does not permit an accessory unit because the city, we have not caught up to make the necessary changes, and there is a reduced fee should they need to make an application for a rezoning application to allow a secondary dwelling unit. And currently that would primarily relate to the rural area because we've not completed the work with our colleagues in source water protection as it relates to detached secondary dwelling units in the rural area. But in the urban area, this report does not make any changes or alterations to the fee structure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Planner. My apologies, Chief Planner Robichaud and General Manager Thorne. I must have read somewhere about fee reduction, but obviously wasn't pertaining to this particular item. Mr. Mayor, I will stay consistent. I wish to be recorded as opposed to this item. I won't go into my long, laborious speech that all of you have heard before. I just want to highlight certain parts of it. Once again, in my humble opinion, in modest single-family traditional neighborhoods, we are changing the character of them in the C zones by now allowing triplexes and fourplexes on what was before a single-family unit. Mr. Mayor, believe me, I'm getting tremendous pushback from many neighborhoods in my East Mountain community, and many are seeing this as an opportunity of putting a business in a single-family C residential zone. In other words, as you're renting out your traditional home for a secondary dwelling unit, whether now it's the garages, which I was strongly opposed to, unfortunately, in my opinion, council supported, whether it's a basement unit, and now potentially a triplex, a fourplex on what was the existing single-family foundation of that particular property size. Many people are seeing this in neighborhoods as a form of businesses moving in to their traditional single-family residential communities, Mr. Mayor. And although this says about the owner having the ability to do this, this again, in my humble opinion, will make it wide open to speculators, out-of-town absentee landlords that will find some way to possibly circumvent and take advantage of now easing the restriction to allow these to occur in traditional neighborhoods. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, I can just see potentially, and I'm not trying to do dire warnings, but I could see potentially what wards 1 and 8 have gone through in terms of multiple units at a particular home, which have become student residences. I could just see potentially, again, this opening that Pandora's box. So, Mr. Mayor, I will stay consistent and be recorded as opposed to this, with all due respect to the professional staff who have brought it forward with their best intentions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, I just want to clarify a few things for Ward 9. So my understanding is that the rural area in Ward 9 is not captured with regards to the secondary dwelling units. We're still studying that in the rural area. And it doesn't capture the triplexes and fourplexes and all of that in the rural area. Can I get confirmation that I got that right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct.
Thank you very much. So then the next one would be urban Upper Stony Creek. Excuse me, I've now got what you had. We have done a tremendous amount of work with staff over the last many years to complete secondary plans in Upper Stony Creek. Some of them were quite controversial at the time, but in the end, we came to a consensus and those secondary plans were put in place. My understanding of where we are currently is that the areas in Upper Stony Creek and in other areas in other wards where there is an existing secondary plan approved and in place trumps the triplex, fourplex applications. If someone wants to come in and make an application, then they would have to go through the official plan process and on all of those things. Is that correct, or maybe they're not allowed to do it at all?
Maybe we could leave Trump out of this. I hear enough about Trump. Sorry, kidding. Mr. Robichaud.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct. The Heritage Green Western Secondary Plan, as I refer Heritage Green, that area is excluded by the proposed zoning changes that are currently in front of council. And as I indicated, because that is a secondary plan that's in force and effect, we wish to have consultation with the community and report back on the results of that consultation. And should, as a property owner, wish to proceed now and not wait for staff to report back, they would be required to apply for at least a rezoning and possibly an official plan amendment and a rezoning in order to allow for them to convert a house to a fourplex or a triplex. Thank you.
And the reason I'm asking these questions is because I'm being asked these questions by residents who are trying to figure out what they want to do with their property. And to my understanding, in the urban area of Upper Stony Creek, notwithstanding the secondary plans that exist, the as-of-right secondary dwelling unit, which the province put in place and we have now formally adopted, still stands in that area. If they want to do a secondary dwelling unit, they are permitted to do that. And there's still the process that they have to go through with staff and the building department, I guess.
Thank you.
That is
Robichaud?
correct. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. At the very least, they will need a building permit to ensure that the conversion is done properly and safely done. And depending on that, once that building permit review is, it may or may not trigger the need for a minor variance. But at the very least, they need to come in for a building permit. Thank you.
Thank you. If I'm fortunate enough to be here in October, I look forward to the public discussion with regards to the secondary zoning and the new changes. The last question that I would have, still trying to figure out where the province is. Well, I know where they are, but on this issue. My gut feeling is I don't think they're going to make any decisions until after the municipal elections. Have you heard anything, anyone from the front benches? You may not want to admit it.
No, through the chair. So as council knows, I believe Councillor Clark's referring to the submission of our OPA to implement the no boundary expansion growth scenario. That's been submitted to the provinces with the province, but no, we don't know what the timing is for them responding. We're not the only municipality, of course. All the other municipalities have also submitted their implementing OPs, but no, we don't know the timing of when the province will respond.
And notwithstanding all the work that staff have done, should the minister decide to vacate the applications that we submitted and the proposal that we submitted, they can do that and they can do whatever they want in Hamilton in terms of planning.
Through the chair, in essence, yes.
Yeah. I was afraid of that, in essence, yes, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Clark. Some of my questions were answered, but I just want to get verification then. So we did approve the secondary dwelling units as of right. So can staff just verify that they would be allowed everywhere, including this Ancaster area now, secondary dwelling units?
Mr. Robichaud?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Within the urban area of the city of Hamilton, a residential property, whether it's a single, semi, or row house dwelling, in accordance with Bill 108, is allowed to add a secondary dwelling unit within the property, and or they can add a laneway, what I refer to as a laneway house or a detached accessory unit, or they can do both, which would result on up to 3 units on a property containing either a single, a semi-detached dwelling, or a street townhouse, subject to the applicable zoning
recommendation. We would still have to do the zoning, secondary plans or zoning of any increased area that will be dictated by the province. Is that not correct, Mr. Robichaud?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. First of all, if the province overrides council's decision and implements the ambitious density assumption, as I indicated earlier, we were forecasting and putting in place a planning framework where 80% of the growth would be accommodated within the existing urban area, and then the province would be expanding the urban boundary to accommodate that other 20%. That new growth area, though, in accordance with our standard practice, is prior to any development occurring, we would want to develop detailed secondary plans and servicing strategies, and then bring them back to council for adoption, and then implementation through the development approvals process. But we anticipate that any new growth areas, no development staff would not be in a position to support any development applications until such time as a secondary plan has been prepared and adopted by council. Thank you.
Thank you. And just back to the motion before us now, I just want to verify. So the direction is that once Public Works reports back, the decision will be made whether this decision for the development of the ER area in Ancaster can go forward. Is that correct? So there's still another opportunity here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Without knowing what that report will say, that would be presented to Public Works Committee, we will say once we see that report and council makes a decision on that report, then we will report back accordingly on the Ancaster ER, and that may or may not be a recommendation to change the zoning at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Clark and Councillor Pearson sort of hit on the one item I wanted to talk to. Otherwise, good questions and conversations, and it should be noted, an extremely robust piece of work by a number of planning staff actually on this that happened in rather short order. I would suggest maybe even record-breaking given the scope of this. But on that final question that Councillor Clark had, I'm wondering if Morgan Stahl is actually available. And while we wait to see if she is, through you to Steve, have we ever kept pace on population targets or ever met population targets in the past? I don't think we have. How off have we been, through you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the numbers handy, but for the 2011 and 2016 census, and I believe even close to 2021, we were generally within spitting distance of the provincial forecast. Sometimes we're a little bit short and sometimes we exceed them. But in the last 10 years, the pace of growth in Hamilton has been at, or is essentially been at, the forecasted growth put in place by the province. Thank you.
Excuse me.
At the forecasted growth. Okay. The in the last 10 years. Okay, thank you. Is Morgan around?
So can I remind you that the province previously had indicated that they did not appreciate the no urban boundary expansion, recommendation that the City of Hamilton put forward. So I think the answer you're going to get from Morgan Stahl is don't know, but they previously indicated their lack of support for that direction. What they propose to do or plan to do, I don't think anyone has an answer to other than the folks that are in the government. So, I mean, you can ask Morgan, probably give you the same answer. I don't think it'll change any. We don't have any clear indication as to what their future intention is or what their timing is. But they have indicated, Minister Clark has indicated. I may be seeing Minister Clark over the next 3 days in Ottawa, and I'll certainly be asking him the question. But at this point, I don't think any of us here have an answer.
You're likely right, Mr. Mayor, and you've afforded me an opportunity to avoid a preamble on my question with Morgan. But are you saying she's not available? If she's not, that's fine.
She's now available. Yes.
Okay, Morgan, are you hearing anything as our
Hang on a
governance?
second. Let her get settled in front of a microphone.
As she gets settled in, Mr. Mayor, in addition to your comments, obviously a landslide victory for the Progressive Conservatives, and one that did not include any talk about appreciating this or other communities' focus on the way that we want to grow. So through you, if Morgan is ready, and taking into account your comments, which I very did much appreciate, Morgan, have you as our government relations person heard anything on timing, where the PCs are with respect to our recent decision on urban growth?
Thank you. Ms. Stahl?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the council member, I haven't heard anything in the discussions that we have had recently. However, I believe the mayor, perhaps his comments before I ran here, sorry, I'm out of breath.
It's okay.
We're around AMO and the upcoming meetings Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. We are scheduled to meet with a number of ministers in collaboration with the mayor. So that's certainly something that we can bring up in the discussions.
Excellent. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your comments as well, and Morgan for running across the hall there. Sorry, I did look for your name. Didn't see it, but I thought I'd give it a shot anyway. You're at most meetings. I appreciate the answer. I've been hearing the rumors as well that it's Ford's wish to wait until after Ontario municipal elections are concluded, but thought I'd get some expert intel if I could here at council too. And it's good, I think, for the community to be reminded, and as you reminded that editorial, Mr. Mayor, to everyone here today of where the current majority government is on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no further speakers on this motion now, so the motion as amended. Separate vote, I think, is appropriate, so let's go to a vote on the amended item 7. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Councillor Farr, your time is up. Maybe it's my time is up. Okay, that's carried 9-3. Thank you for that. I did have an indication earlier from Councillor Powers on item 9. Councillor Powers, did you want to speak to item 9?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would bring committee council page 8 of the August the 3rd Planning Committee before us. It's regarding the demolition permits for 1117 and 1133 Beach Boulevard. I respectfully asked council to refer to the next page, page 9. This has just come off the press in consultation with staff, and I would move the following deletions. The very first 2 lines on page 9 would say the conditions in subsection 6A of the demolition area. There, the words "upon the successful completion of the following condition" and condition I be deleted, as they have been complied with, and therefore there's no need for its inclusion. So the deletion of the last words in that first sentence and all of subsection I. And respectfully ask for a seconder.
Councillor Farr, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson, all offered a seconding. Your choice.
Councillor Farr.
Tough call. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Any comments or questions on the proposed amendment? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then of the amendment? I'll try and not characterize it as a sneaky amendment. Lloyd, relax. And that is approved, 12-1. And back to item 9 then as amended. All in favor? And I'm assuming Councillor Powers is thumbs up. I don't have a vote in front of me, or is it? Okay. I'm not pushing. Thank you. And any other votes? Okay, all are in. Thank you. Thanks for that. We had item 11 indicated as a conflict, so we need a separate vote on that item, if you would. Madam Clerk, put that up. And then I will ask, oh, okay, I got a different kind of vote showing here. There we go. Item 9, what did you need, a mover and a seconder? Oh, that was the request that I saw on the screen, yeah. All right, it's all good. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Okay. And that's carried as well with an abstention. Were there any other items that we needed to deal with separately, Madam Clerk, just to remind? All good? All right, thank you. Any other items on the agenda? All in favor of the agenda as amended? All in favor? Vote will come up shortly. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thumbs up from Councillor Partridge as well. I see him. Did you get a vote? Yep. And that's carried 13-0. So we are now at waiving of the notice provision for introducing all the various reports. So Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that section 5.82 of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, which provides that a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the report of a standing committee, the selection committee, or other committee that reports directly to council is presented to council to provide adequate opportunity for review, be waived in order to consider the General Issues Committee Report 22-015, General Issues Committee Report 22-016, Planning Committee Report 22-013, Board of Health Report 22-008, City Housing Hamilton Corporation Shareholder Report 22-002, Public Works Committee Report 22-012, Audit and Finance and Administration Committee Report 22-014, and Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 22-012.
All in, and that will require a 2/3 majority. So unless there's any comment, we'll go right to a vote. All in favor then? Any opposed? Don't recall anybody abstaining. And that's carried. And we'll go to Councillor Clark. So on the item 5.2 is the General Issues Committee report of August the 4th. Councillor Clark, you have a motion to put that on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Danko. The General Issues Committee report 22-015, being the meeting held on Thursday, August the 4th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. I'm going to deal with the conflict issue right off the top. So item 6, there's a declared conflict on that. If we can have a separate vote on that, please. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. And I will ask for we'll ask for any, so that's carried, and ask for any additional items in the General Issues Committee that folks would like to raise. Is there anything? Not seeing an indication. Okay, then on the report as presented, all in favor? Thank you. Carried. And item 5.3 is another General Issues Committee report, August the 8th. Councillor Danko, you have a motion on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that the General Issues Committee Report 22-016, being the meeting held on August the 8th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any items in this General Issues Committee report? Not seeing anything in the chat. Okay, we'll go to a vote. All in favor? I assume you're catching the thumbs up on the screen. That's good. Thank you. And we're going to go to the Planning Committee report. That one was carried. Planning Committee report, Councillor Ferguson for August the 9th. A motion, please.
Yeah, that's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that the Planning Committee report 2213, being the meeting held on Tuesday, August the 9th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any items in that report that folks would like to address? Councillor Clark?
Just a polite reminder that item number 5 and 7 I need to declare conflict on, so if we can sever those votes.
Those were, sorry, added items a little earlier on. So on item 5 in the report, separate vote required. Everyone's clear on what item 5 is, and we're going to vote on it separately. Votes coming up. Thank you. Vote is up. And similarly, thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thank you. Item 7 was indicated as an item of conflict. Can we deal with item 7? Do you want to speak to item 7, Councillor Danko? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple comments on item 7, further to the discussion at Planning Committee. This is an application for an old school site. It was used by Brock University at 1842 King Street East in Hamilton.
Okay, you lost me on this one, so let me interrupt for a second. I think we're on General Issues Committee, are we not? Or in Planning? Planning. My apologies. Carry on. I'm wrong. You're right. Floor's yours.
That's okay. It's confusing when there are multiple GICs and Planning Committee reports on the same agenda.
Thank you for that.
So as I was saying, part of the discussion at committee and raised by residents was the size and scope and density of this project. This is 1,341 new dwelling units being proposed on this site, which results in a density of about 500 units per hectare, which is 2.5 times the Urban Hamilton official plan. It's also 13 stories, which is 5 stories higher than the maximum permitted under C5 zoning. And a couple of the red flags, for me anyway, at council or at committee, were that out of those 1,341 new units, which is, it's really encouraging to see this level of infill development, certainly. But the vast majority, 81%, 1,080 of those units are one-bedroom units. And just thinking about, as we're developing our family-friendly housing policy, what we need in growth and infill development is development that is really geared towards those families that are looking to get into the market. And one-bedroom condos and one-bedroom units don't benefit the communities the same way that 2- and 3-bedroom family-oriented units do. So that was a big red flag that was raised at committee, along with the fact that later, earlier last week, we had such robust discussions about climate change and our need for climate action. And this is a very substantial development in our community. And a number of the nonprofit housing providers are already building to LEED Gold standards, net zero, high efficiency building codes, passive house standard. But yet this is a for-profit development that the applicants did talk about geothermal and some environmental considerations, but didn't specifically commit to a net zero high efficiency building standard. And with a development of this scale, I think that's something that as a city, when we're seeing new development that is so far above and beyond what's permitted under the zoning permissions, that there should be more that's offered by the developer and that we can insist on as a community. So between Planning Committee and Council, I did have an opportunity to speak with the applicant's agents, with Urban Solutions, and with the applicant themselves, and they did commit to reviewing the mix of units and further consideration to making the development more family-oriented, and some of the environmental considerations that they're already considering to formalize that as they work through the site plan process. So I will vote in favor today, but I think as a city, those considerations need to be forefront for all new development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farr, item 5.
Mine's item 10, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So there was a separate voting indicated for item 5. Item 7. Sorry, item 7. On item 7. So item 5 has been spoken to. Item 7 is now on the table for a separate vote. Any comments on item 7? Thank you. Did you get my vote? Okay, thank you. That's carried. Thank you. Item number 10, Councillor Farr, you indicated.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and to quote our Kells, years in the making, this is the application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment at 405 James Street North, AKA Jamesville, and there's no way I wanted this council meeting to go by without recognizing the unbelievable efforts of our staff on this file, the unprecedented, I'm sure safe to say unprecedented engagement with the proponents, the consortia that is developing 2 square blocks, reinventing 2 square blocks, addressing a housing crisis on 2 square blocks, and the work they continue to do engaging with the community on this well above and beyond whatever planning policies require, and like I say, continue. So what we have here today is their official application. You know, you just heard Councillor Danko rightly talk about the need for family-size units. That's the perimeter. That's the towns surrounding what is proposed to be 2 7-story buildings. If we're going to get to the housing crisis of 160 units, where 91 stood previous. A net gain, Mr. Mayor, and I know you understand and appreciate the significance of this, of 69 new affordable units. And while, you know, the previous speaker talked about the importance for affordable home ownership, I believe, and I think we learned this week, that that is part of the spectrum of affordability when we look about at affordable housing. But on the other side of it, this amazing partnership with Indwell on the Jamesville project that brings 114 units, much of it with the CIS and the things that they do and are known for in the community. And then 46 with City Housing Hamilton, making good on that, plus 10 when you include Bay and Cannon later, which is part of this development, all family size units there at Bay and Cannon to be accommodated by City Housing Hamilton, plus an additional 10 in the first phase anyway. So I just wanted to call attention to it. We're at a really good place. We did have 4 delegates from the neighborhood. It seems safe to say at this time that there may be a little bit of pushback or concern, at least on the delegates' part, with respect to 7 stories instead of the 6 stories that can happen there. In fact, 6 stories could happen as a wall right along James Street, and that's not the case if we step back and get some good design and put 7 stories for the 160 units of affordability that's part of this wonderful mixed income project. And with that, to take those stories off, I asked the question at committee, it would represent taking away 23 units. And during this crisis, and given the amount of engagement that's gone on, and this is really just, it seemed to be the only true issue that that was an issue for the delegates, it would be really unfortunate if this project got delayed on some sort of appeal based on that. I mean, the appeal process is in place, and I would never not want LPAT or whatever reconstruction of it and machination of it comes in the future. But the reality is we really would love to get going. It's been some time and really been in the spotlight, and it's a wonderful project. So hopefully we can get started a lot sooner and on a project that's been, as I said, years in the making. Thank you so much to all involved.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that one as read. No changes. I see Councillor Danko on item 13. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and don't want to repeat the discussions at Planning Committee where we've discussed this item twice, but just want to register that I will not be supporting item 13. This is the approval of a 4-story self-storage facility at Centennial Parkway and the QEW. So basically, this is a box full of boxes that are going to be full of boxes. There's no people, no commercial activity, no jobs, no life. The city of Hamilton has $2 billion worth of development was approved in 2021. This year, we've hit $1 billion in development, the fastest ever. So there is massive investment going on in the city of Hamilton right now, happening in every corner of our city. And for me anyway, it's disappointing that Smart Centers, which is has $11.7 billion worth of global assets, the best that they can propose for a cornerstone gateway site at Centennial and the QEW is a self-storage facility. And I just think as a city, as a community, we can do better, and we should be insisting that development partners in the city do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So to record your opposition, we need a separate vote on that item. So I will call for that separate vote now. I see no further speakers on the list. So on that item then, item 13, you can put a vote up at the appropriate time and we can vote on that one. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Vote is up. And one can vote accordingly. Thank you, and that's carried 10-3. And on the Planning Committee report as presented, any additional items? Not seeing any, nothing in the chat. So on the report as amended then, all in favor? It may not have been amended, actually. That was probably a superfluous word there. But on the report. And that's carried. Thank you. Item 5.5 is the Board of Health report. And Councillor Wilson, you would put a motion to put that report on the floor, please.
Thank you. That Board of Health report 22-008, being the meeting held on Wednesday, August the 10th of this year, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional items in that report? Councillor Ferguson.
If the clerk could just put me down as opposed to item 1, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll have a separate vote on that one then. We'll come back to you on that. Councillor Wilson, which item?
A separate vote on item 4, and if I could speak to it when you do separate it out, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. So let's go to item 1. And item 1 is, just to be clear, is the shareholder resolution. No, it's not. It's the Board of Health. Don't jump on me. Yeah, I'll get there. Is the correspondence from the Temiskaming Health Unit respecting decriminalization of personal possession of illicit drugs. And a separate vote's been asked for, so let's put that up, and you can vote accordingly. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. All votes are in? Not yet. Councillor Wilson?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the vote didn't come up for me. Thumbs up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's carried 11-2. And item 4, separate vote requested, or you just want to speak to it?
If I may speak to it. Thank you. Item 4, colleagues and members of the public, is a program called Healthy Babies, Healthy Children, and it is to establish the budget. But I wanted to explain on 4A why I am voting against it as a matter of principle. I think we need to have champions for children who are living in vulnerable circumstances. And on all of our code red indices, Mr. Mayor, the one marker that we have been able to move over the last 12 years was on the matter of low birth weight babies. And we did that collectively with our shoulder to the wheel in spite of cuts in provincial funding, or at least capping in provincial funding. And we know that investment in families that are at risk, whether through extreme poverty, whether through issues of substance, whether a combination thereof, puts those children at risk. Investing in maternal health, investing in children, is the best return on investment that any economy, any nation can provide. And the fact that the capping of this program was capped provincially in 2015 and remains as such, I think shows extreme short-sightedness. This is when some of us talk about detasking and health prevention and health promotion. This is exactly the kind of investment where we need to start shifting significant dollars into the mind and the body and the health of young babies in order to provide them with the greatest pathway possible for success. So I'm raising this because I'm going to publicly do so at every occasion I can, and I'm voting against this budget on principle. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to it.
Okay, thank you. And again, this is to execute the current funding, in the absence of which we would not have a program. So it's obviously important that we approve what we have as opposed to, and I understand the protest. So on the separate vote, as requested, item 4, all in favor, and Councillor Wilson, you can record your opposition or anyone else. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers, thumbs down from Councillor Wilson. Thank you, and that's carried 12-1. On the balance of the Board of Health report, any other items that folks would like to speak to? Not seeing any. All in favor of the report then, as presented? I will kind of give you a heads up that I intend to take a break at 12:30 or thereabouts. I know there was a number of notices of motion that are existing that will probably take some time. So depending on where we are, in and around 12:30, you can expect that I will call for a half-hour recess. That's carried. Thank you very much. On the Board of Health, on item 5.6, which is the City Housing Hamilton Corporation shareholder report, Councillor Farr, you have a motion to receive and approve.
I do, and that would be seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson.
All right, and that motion would be to receive and approve. Any comments or questions on that report?
I do, Mr. Mayor, through you to Janet Pylon or Andrea, the notice of motion, should it be moved up here or just deal with it at that appropriate time?
Janet Pilon.
Sorry, Pilon.
Andrea?
Through the mayor, we'll be dealing at it with the regular notices of motion.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. So we're accepting and approving the report as it's presented here. Any comments or questions? And we'll go to a vote. All in favor? No piling on Janet Pilon, please. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. I'm assuming I didn't see it. There it is. Thank you. Anyone else need to do a manual vote? And that's carried. Thank you. And we are at item 5.7, which is the Public Works Committee report of August the 10th. Councillor Nan, you have a motion for that. Somewhere.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Just a second there. My apologies for the delay. It is moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Powers that the Public Works Committee Report 22-012, being the meeting held on Wednesday, August 10th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any items in the Public Works Committee report? Councillor Jackson, I see waving, so we'll start there. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just on item 35, the sport lighting improvements at Hill Park Pickleball and at Mohawk Sports Park. I just want to tremendously thank Manager Kara Bunn and her assessment team, who saw that there were 4 poles, these lighting poles, mostly around the soccer fields up at my Mohawk Sports Park along Upper Kenilworth, and 1 important pole at the pickleball courts in Councillor Paul's ward, that her and her team did a lighting condition assessment study, found that these 5 poles were in somewhat tenuous condition, and instead of allowing them to stay that way and potentially cause future cancellations of the use of those soccer fields and the pickleball, this motion before you to transfer $70,000 from her operating budget to the capital budget to ensure the pole replacements occur as soon as possible and future cancellations will not occur and people can use all these fields safely. I just want to commend Manager Bunn again. Very supportive. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Any other items in the Public Works report? Not seeing any indication. Thank you. Lots of items there. All in favor of the report as presented? Thank you. And all the votes are there. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Councillor Ferguson, able to vote? Yep, okay. That's carried, thank you. We're at the Audit and Finance and Administration Committee report. It's item 5.8. Could I get a motion from Councillor Pearson, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that Audit and Finance and Administration Committee Report 22-014, that the Audit Finance Committee Report, Administration Committee Report 22-014 being the meeting held on Thursday, August the 11th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. I do have one item I'd like to speak to, but I see a list, so Clark, Danko, and if you would put myself on there as well, I appreciate it. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the AFNA report, we were dealing with the City Enrichment Fund digital program, and there was a request that it be approved for this term so that they can proceed with their work. There was an amendment move that staff be directed to report back to the grant subcommittee annually respecting the City Enrichment Fund digital program pilot. Can I just get clarification from the clerk if I understand this correctly? This amendment would necessitate a vote sometime in September by council, and we would be in our lame duck situation at that point.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I ask Morgan Stahl to provide some comments as to why they made the original recommendation as they did with respect to the digital program, so that we can address this issue that if we continue down this path, then the digital program will not be processed in 2023. It'll be processed in 2024 at the earliest.
So it's Cyrus Tarani that has been leading that effort. But Morgan is here, so Morgan, could you address that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the member of council. Cyrus is present on the line as well today. Morgan Stahl, Director of Government Relations and Community Engagement, and Cyrus Tarani, our Chief Digital Officer and Director of Innovation. We co-authored the report on the digital program area stream, and the member of council is correct. If we were to refer this item back to the grants subcommittee, we unfortunately would not be able to include the rollout of this program for the City Enrichment Fund 2023 programming. However, if it is the will of council for it to be deferred back to the grants subcommittee, we could include that in our planning and preparation for 2023 intake. So just to give a bit of background, in preparation of this report, it was scheduled to come to the grant subcommittee meeting, which was scheduled for August 8th. However, there was not quorum at that meeting, which is why it then ended up at the AFNA meeting on the agenda as an addendum for Thursday. And there was some discussion on the floor about it being deferred or referred back to grant subcommittee, which we're happy to make that work, but unfortunately there's kind of two challenges that would then impact the work. The first being, as the council member stated, we would be in a lame duck period, and the threshold for the pilot that we're looking for is $75,000 allocated for the first year and $75,000 for the second year, that being above the $50,000 threshold during the lame duck period. And the second challenge being that the City Enrichment Fund intake period occurs from September 1st to November 1st. And that period has remained the same for a number of years, and community often relies on those dates being quite definitive, and I'm apprehensive to shift those dates in any way, just given how long-standing those dates have remained the same. So if it is the will of council for this item to be referred back to the grants committee, that is completely appropriate. However, I would just recommend then we include it in our 2023 planning rather than attempting to set up a meeting in August to then go to a council in September for that to then interrupt the existing application intake period from September 1st to November 1st. Hopefully that was clear, and if Cyrus has anything to add, I know he is on the line.
Thank you. Cyrus, anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the member of council. I think Morgan summarized it, and I think we're just in, I would add, I think it's just a bit of potentially maybe bad luck on timing. This wasn't the intention to circumvent a subcommittee, grant subcommittee, and due to the nature of the heavy topics that were covered off at GIC and the length of the day, it just ended up procedurally landing on AFNA for approval, and fully appreciative of the fact that AFNA and council at the time were maybe hesitant to make a decision on a funding item that had not gone through grant subcommittee. But I would reiterate, I think there's a need in the community. I think COVID really stressed our community, and we saw, I heard a couple councillors talking about, getting connectivity and what it meant to them to have higher speed connectivity. This grant covers a broad range of eligibility for not-for-profits and similar organizations within our community to address things around digital literacy and digital equity for those that are digitally excluded. It represents a small amount of the reserve. It does not impact any other programs, and there's nothing else like this available to our community, and thus the reason for bringing the recommendation forward for this new stream. And just defer to the guidance of council as how to proceed with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the comments from our staff. I don't have any more questions. I just wanted to make sure that council was aware of these catch-22 we found ourselves in.
Thank you. I'm on this issue as well. Anyone else on this issue? I see you, Councillor Ferguson. We'll get you on there. Councillor Danko on this issue? Councillor Nan? This issue?
Yes, on this one, and as a member of the grant subcommittee and who did attend and where there wasn't any quorum, I'm in favor of staff's original recommendations on this one. I think it's really important to move forward with this good work and enable our ability as a corporation to carry forward the goals and missions of the Community Enrichment Fund. And to the points that staff already made, I think we should be pursuing the original motion. Thank you, or recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson on this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I was the sole vote who voted against referring this. For me, and I appreciate the questions from Councillor Clark, because they indicate the consequence, which of course is the prerogative of this body to make. But as staff noted, digital equity is, we found out during the pandemic, has become so critical for the participation in all that is civic and by extension civil. And I think, as Mr. Tirani noted, there is nothing like this, but there must be something like this in order to move in the direction of affording all residents of Hamilton an opportunity that they may engage and engage equitably. So I fully support the staff recommendation that was put to AFNA. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure why I keep getting put to the end of the speakers list, so I'll ask you not to do that. And I'll put myself on at this point because I was on earlier. So Councillor Danko, if you would.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
You know, I don't support this recommendation. I'm not sure why it flowed the way it did. Surprise to me. This is an important program, and I think it's a modest investment in digital equity in our community that has been well vetted through our staff and would have been approved, I've no doubt, at the subcommittee had the subcommittee had quorum. And someone begged me to come to that committee to make quorum, but you know, I think people have an obligation to ensure that these subcommittees have the appropriate quorum in place to make these very important decisions. So I would ask that we deny this recommendation, and I would like at the appropriate time, if this is denied, to put forward the original recommendation to proceed with the digital equity program as presented. So I'll hold off on you know, to see where the vote goes in terms of item 11 as it sits, unless there's another way of doing this. I don't think I can preempt the original motion, so we will deal with the original motion. I would encourage you not to approve this amended version in the referral back to the enrichment committee. And if that fails, I will put forward the original recommendation to proceed with the digital equity program as presented. So on that basis, I will take the chair back, and I will turn to Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Cyrus. We have authority to go up to $50,000 after, I guess, today. And this digital program, you're looking for 75 the first year and 75 the second year. Could you not make a goal with 50 grand in the first year because it's new and may not get as much uptake, and then go to $100,000 on the second year so you still get the same amount if the grants committee so saw that? Would that not work for you?
Through you, Chair, I apologize. I just have an issue with my USB connection on my camera, so I'm not appearing. I think the issue is that it would not make it. So if this was to go forward with an amendment, say for something an amount that was allowed within the $50,000 as you've indicated, by the time procedurally it goes to an additional grant subcommittee and then comes back to council for final approval through the general council subcommittee approval process or to AFNA and then upwards, it would miss the 2023 grant, the CEF program, as that was highlighted by Councillor Clark. So even if, say, it was to be reduced to 50 and 100, procedurally, it eliminates it from making it in, and that the earliest opportunity that it would have for our community to participate in the program would be part of the 2024 enrichment fund intake process. And I would defer to Director Morgan if I've misquoted that or misinformed that statement, but I believe that's sort of what the issue is. It's a bit of a technicality and the timing. So even at a 50, it just wouldn't make it into the September 1st launch date for this year's intake program, which we have stuck to in the past pretty judiciously.
Thank you. Morgan, anything to add?
Through Mr. Mayor, Cyrus is correct. I think he's articulated it quite well. It is just that it would, by time it comes back to AFNA and then to council, even if we were to lower the threshold for the amount, it is again then midway through the intake period for applicants. I believe it would be closer to the latter half of September, and we would have already surpassed that September 1st timeline, which I originally articulated.
Thank you.
I just wanted to also add one more comment, which some members of council have articulated on the floor today, is that the digital equity program and this edition of the stream does also further our EDI goals on behalf of the city. So I think that's important to note for wider scope of this conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, I see the next council meeting is Wednesday, September 14th. So, and the launch period is September the 1st to November the 1st, is I believe we were told. And so could you not just put out an addenda on the 15th then to the launch? You still have a couple months to be able to put your applications in. What's so hard and fast about the first where you could do an addenda on the 15th after the council if it was so approved?
Thank you. Morgan?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, there is a lot of factors that we involve when prepping for that launch date, September 1st to November 1st, including technology and a platform, which is our intake application. So in the lead up to that, it is feasible to add an addendum, but I think it does cause kind of unnecessary logistical and perhaps chaos to the process when it could be avoided. So if that can be avoided, we would like to try and do that, especially because community really relies on that portal being opened on September 1st, and they are able to access all of the program areas and streams that they may be eligible for. And oftentimes organizations will look through the portal the first week of September, and then that will inform what they apply for. And they'll begin prepping their applications for then submission by November the 1st. So if there is a desire to defer it, again, that is certainly the will of council, but I would just recommend if there is a deferral that we then include it in our 2023 programming planning.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, the issues for the committee were number one is we felt like we're being boxed in here. And I think you can get the same feeling today where you don't approve this right now, then you're just going to be lost for a year, which is unfortunate that we're boxed in like that. Number two is there is a lot of consternation out there amongst the boards and agencies about the funding they received. In 2022, they got the same as they got in 2019. And there's a lot of people that are in boards and agencies that were disappointed by that, not up to their 2022 request, because there was a lot of COVID shutdown for 2 years. And they wanted to get back up and running. And I know I certainly got some feedback that they were disappointed. And this will be the second time we've dipped into the grants committee funding. It's around $5 million, $5.1 million. It's the second time we've dipped into it this year. The other was to take $500,000 out of the grants reserve to be used for extending some COVID support, providing they were able to get the other $500,000 for somewhere in the city. And I don't know whether they did or didn't. But I just want to make sure that we look at the big picture here and how is this by taking 500 out for COVID and another 150 here, that's $650,000 out of the grant reserve that may be needed to satisfy the needs of the community for the grants committee. So that's why I wanted to report it back. And I thought it was pretty simple. Just get 50 grand this year. It is the launch year. So you probably won't get the same uptake as you would the second year, providing it doesn't impact our ability to support all our numerous other sports groups and cultural groups and social services groups when we, because we've spent this $650,000 on something outside of was the grants committee mandate. So I still think that they could launch it with 50 grand and do addenda on the 50.
Councillor, you're well past your time, so if you could wrap it up.
I'm wrapped up.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That was well past your time, actually, so lots of latitude given there. On item 11, any additional comments from anyone? I would indicate a separate vote on that because I would like to personally deny the recommendation. So a vote is going to be up. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to note that on the referral, there was also an amendment for staff to report back annually. So a failure of this motion that would eliminate that amendment to report back annually too. I just wanted to highlight that to council.
I will add that to my motion when I approve the original recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If I get there, thank you. So a vote on item 11, all in favor or opposed? Sorry, Councillor Nan. And do I have Danko again for the same issue? Councillor Nan on this issue again?
You clarified it in terms of the, there is direction coming to reinstate the original motion. So I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so to item 11 then, a vote. We'll see where we end up. And in favor is Councillor, sorry, did you get a thumbs up? So that's opposed. So I would maybe take the chair, Councillor Danko, or you take the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I will put forward the original recommendation with the added proviso that Councillor or Madam Clerk just pointed out, which is that there be an annual reporting back on that item to council going forward. So whatever the appropriate words are for that, and I see a seconder indication from Councillor Mann. So I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Direction is on the floor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor or opposed? That is approved 12-1. Hand the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And that's the AF&A report. Any other items in that report? So, Councillor Danko, sorry. Thanks. Go ahead.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. I'm on item 4. This is the roads value for money audit that was done by City Auditor Charles Brown. I'm just wondering if Mr. Brown is in the meeting today. I don't sit on AF&A, but I do have a couple questions on this report.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Brown is at the meeting. Is Mr. Brown here? Yes, he is. There he is. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm still reading through the report in detail, but understanding there's discussion about this at AF&A, just a couple things that really stood out for me. The first one is in the report, it highlights the issues that we have as a city with being able to establish asphalt quantities that were charged and that we're actually paying for what was put down on site. And that sounds really confusing to me because verifying asphalt quantities is probably one of the easiest things that you can do as a project manager. You know the size of the road, you know how much asphalt should be. It's a unit price in the contract, and every single asphalt truck has a weigh bill. So through you, Mr. Mayor, how could we possibly have issues with verifying the asphalt that was actually installed?
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, it's quite detailed. I mean, that explanation requires a lot of the details in the report, but the actual administration of all the weigh tickets and the translation into billings, that's one area of risk. The actual verification of weights, where those weigh tickets come from, that's an issue. The scales being present, not having procedures to actually test the validity of the tonnage that various trucks and with their yes, they've got their written way tickets, but actually validating that and the opportunities there are for falsification of that. When you get into an excavation project, you've got estimates at the beginning of that project for the amount of excavation and obviously fill to put in that could be way off. In some cases, we're looking at 7,000 or 8,000 tons of difference. So that has to be explained by the originally what made it different from the original estimate. Why was the original estimate, geotechnical estimates, off? And then there's the issue of how much contamination had to be hauled away, because that's a different price for haulage at $60 versus basically for free. So there are innumerable variables to the situation that give a high degree of risk exposure to weight overcharging.
Thank you. Another area that stood out is in the recent Red Hill Valley Parkway resurfacing. It was highlighted that there was an overrun in quantities, but it was due to inaccuracies in the as-built drawings. So just so I'm clear, when we're speaking about the as-built drawings, that was the drawings that were done when the parkway was completed in, I think it was 2006. So then when they're doing quantities and calculations now, they're relying on those as-built. So that was an error that is from when the original contract was finished, not our current staff and the current contract.
Through the chair, so it's a combination. The significant overrun in, I think, if memory serves, 7,500, 8,000 tons. The issue with the 60 millimeters of extra milling, because they unexpectedly found a segment that hadn't no base, that accounted for about 2,000 of the tons. So we could not validate the entire amount of that discrepancy. It accounted for part of it, yes, but not the full amount.
Okay. My last question, Mr. Mayor, is on the issue with the recycled asphalt being used in hot mix. I've used recycled asphalt in granular, but I don't think I've ever spec'd it in hot mix. And again, I'm confused of how recycled asphalt could be incorporated into a city project without us approving that, because every job, the mix design is approved by the project manager, and they're very, very specific. So if recycled asphalt was included in the mix design, it would have been approved and we would know about it. And if it was inserted into a mix without our knowledge, that would be a completely different product that was being put down. So I'm really struggling to understand how that could happen.
So through the chair, as you say, the job mix formula is tested, but that's some months before the actual project. What we're talking about is the actual mix that's put down. Does it even comply with the specification? Recycled asphalt was not meant to be in the mix, and it was not in the mix. It was tested as part of the job mix formula. But when we come to the actual projects and samples taken at the site that are being put down, that's where these samples were discovered.
And just to follow up on that, because when the mix is delivered to the site, the waybill, the tickets for that mix specify specifically the mix number so that it can be verified that the proper mix is being put down on site. So again, was that not verified? Like, I'm really struggling to understand how we could put down a different mix than what was approved.
Thank you. And that's time for you based on the questions you've asked. So an answer to that, Mr. Brown?
So all I can say is that the actual mix that was sampled, and it was found that it had not conformed to specifications. It was supposed to be high premium friction coarse aggregate, and there was some question as to, because of if you see the picture in our presentation, you'll see our experts noted that it did not conform. We used experts from McIntosh Perry that did not conform to the specification. And not only that, but they suspected, and I would say that the Public Works quality assurance person that we have now agreed with our expert that it looked like there had been RAP put into the mix.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor. And I do note in the report there is very robust commitments from management to address these issues. So I really appreciate the report, the thoroughness that our city auditor put into it, and the response from our Public Works management to address these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And we audit so that we can improve performance. So that's exactly right, and we appreciate the effort and the work and the questions. Any other items in the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report? Not seeing any. Motion to approve has been presented earlier. It's been amended, so as amended, all in favor? While the vote is being tallied, thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Emergency Community Service, let me just ask, are there many items that members of council would like to speak to? If there are, I would take a break now. So if I can get a sense. Thank you, that one's carried. So I'm not getting any major waves. So,
Mayor, I just have one item on ECS to amend, and I've circulated the amending motion to everyone.
So let's go with the Emergent Community Services Committee report then. Councillor Clark, if you'd put a motion forward, then we'll take a break right after this this report. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson that the Emergency and Community Services Committee 22-012, being the meeting held on Thursday, August the 11th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. So, Councillor Nan, you have an amendment on an item. I think you did circulate that amendment to members of council. So, do you want to spell it out for us?
Certainly, and thank you. And I appreciate the last minute nature, the fact that ECS took place yesterday, the fact that we've had to do a motion to bring it on to council. And so subsequently, I appreciate staff's quick turnaround in responding to some of the questions I asked during ECS and recommending the following amendment. So for my colleagues, this is in relation to report. Just give me a quick second to toggle it over. The Adaptation and Transformation Update 3, HSC 2020C, item 8.1 on the agenda. And so basically the amendment speaks to under recommendation AI1, which would be a one-time grant at the maximum amount of $3.05 million to Mission Services, to add in language that starts with subject to the receipt of the necessary building permits and or planning approvals, comma, that a one-time grant at the maximum amount of $3.04 million to Mission Services for capital improvements to a new men's emergency shelter location at 400 King Street East, replacing the current location at 325 James Street North, to retain permanent emergency shelter for approximately 58 men and add 50 new transitional beds, which up to 24 could be used for shelter surge capacity in the men's shelter. And if I could just clarify for my colleagues, a lot of discussion about the men's shelter moving from Mission Services from James Street over to King Street, and concerns by Ward 3 residents about over-concentration of shelter services within a specific geographic area, concerns about the radial proximity of the shelter and the necessity to make sure that the planning process is followed through with due diligence. Staff recommended, with consultation with planning staff, this addition so that we can make sure that those pieces are vetted prior to any granting. So that is the amendment. I'll move it, and if the chair of the committee is willing to second it, Councillor Brad Clark.
At the moment, I'll pass, but I'll listen to the questions. Thank you.
Okay, then I do need a seconder in order to get this amendment on the floor. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. So we do have additional speakers on this, I believe. Councillor Danko and Farr. Councillor Danko. So this is item 8? 7, sorry, back to 7. And anyone else on this item? So I have 7. Councillor Farr on this item. Don't see Councillor Farr on the screen at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I did it again. There you go. Through you then.
Love to see your smiley bearded face. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just heard the mover say staff recommended this in consultation with planning staff. Planning staff were not in attendance yesterday. They are today. So through you to Steve Robichaud. So planning staff consulted on this staff recommendation. Which staff did you consult with? And can you confirm that?
So Steve Robichaud isn't here at the moment, but he is coming in.
Okay.
Hang in.
This is, of course, Mr. Mayor, a relocation initiative with Mission Services, 100% expansion in our addressing our issue, which is a pretty serious one with respect to men's shelter. I'm on good authority too, Mr. Mayor, that any delay, so this is where I'm kind of going with this, I just want to be sure. You know, I don't think we're going to get open for the winter, but hopefully staff can alleviate any fears of not being open in a few months' time if we were to approve what's before us. That's all I'm trying to get at is a timeline. So through you to Steve, I can ask the question again if you missed it.
Mr. Robichaud.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Healthy community staff consulted with planning staff yesterday after the committee meeting, and they were seeking clarification on the characterization of the existing use in the zoning bylaw on James Street. Based on a review of our records, we indicated that the existing use on James Street is considered from a zoning bylaw purposes to be a lodging house, and that is the last recognized use on the property. And then speaking with the applicant, it is their intent to simply relocate the existing use as it currently operates on James Street to the new location. So in accordance with the zoning bylaw definition of a lodging house, if they are simply just relocating the use as it is permitted in the zoning bylaw, then the new use at 400 King Street would be permitted as a lodging house. In speaking with Healthy Community staff, part of the confusion seems to stem from that within the zoning bylaw, the licensing bylaw, and some of the programs and funding arrangements, there are subtle differences in the definitions as to how the uses are treated. And that is why what a use from a zoning bylaw may be considered to be a a lodging house. For the purposes of a funding or a licensing regime, it may actually fall into a different characterization. So as one of the best practices within PED and working with the other departments is we have been trying to harmonize the definitions to avoid this confusion, because very often an operator will consider themselves to be a shelter or care facility, whereas and that is the way that they secure funding in their operating arrangements with the provincial or federal partners, whereas from a zoning bylaw perspective, it is a lodging house. So once again, the current use on James Street is zoned and considered to be a lodging house based on our property records and our information. And then what they've indicated is they are proposing to relocate that lodging house use from a zoning bylaw perspective to the new location at 400 King Street East. Thank you.
Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, then through you as Director of Planning, you would consider the lodging house identifier as consistent, whether it's James Street North for the last 50 years or at this location on King, in your expertise?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on the information that's being provided to staff, the answer is yes. To planning staff, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that all of us want to see and be sure that we get as many folks just in one category as it relates to this issue, Mr. Mayor, out of tents for the winter and into men's shelter system. And in this expansion, which is built to suit, is my understanding, really answers the call as indicated by staff in this report that I was privy to yesterday, not sitting on the committee, but attending. So if I could, through you, just have staff reiterate from Healthy Communities the significance of what's before us here with respect to at least, you know, to some extent tackling a need here through you.
Thank you. Angela Burden.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We have a transition plan for our shelter system that is predicated right now on the numbers that are respective to, including Mission Service move from from James Street North to King Street. Staff also have an alternate plan should there should we come up to timelines that are unforeseen at this point, after we continue to have discussions with our colleagues in PED and Mission Services. And I know that Manager Rob Mastrioni is on the line, and I'm wondering if he could speak to the councillor's comments about capacity and the recommendation as we go through the winter months for the balance of 2022 and the end of Q1 2023.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Rob Mastriani, Manager of the Residential Care Facility Subsidy Program and Emergency Shelter Services. So the move of the Mission Services shelter site from the current location on James Street to the new location on King Street. The number of shelter beds remains consistent for the site that's on James Street compared to the new location. What is in addition or new to the new location on King Street is the short to long-term transitional housing beds that will be created. So there are 50 transitional housing spaces which will be created, which supports our men's system overall in terms of outflow from emergency shelter beds into long-term housing solutions, and helps with our capacity and our occupancy pressures in that sector.
Thank you. Councillor Farr, that's time for you. Do you want to go on a second time, or do you have a wrap-up comment?
No, well, okay. Well, I just know that, the 50 short to long-term units are we've heard a lot of, especially over the pandemic, the last few years, Mr. Mayor, about how in some cases the shelter system is not something that's conducive to all persons, and certainly with closed-in units, that's been bandied about as a need among other important aspects of solving this issue, or at least trying to tackle or mitigate the issue. And so here you are here with Mission Services again, answering that call by this critical call by these in the implementation of the 50 short and long-term units. And I'll just say, yeah, with Steve's answer, I mean, obviously it's a concern. The timing is a concern when you're talking about doubling capacity. If I was concerned that there was going to be problems getting the necessary building permits or planning approvals, but when I hear our director say it's very consistent with what's been going on for 50 years over on James North, I'm reassured by that, and likely can support what's before us. Yeah, I may come back on if I'm feeling a little woozy about that after hearing the other questions and comments, but that's the answers have been appreciated, and thank you for the time.
I will notice if your camera is still on whether you're starting to swoon, so I'll keep an eye on you. Thank you. Councillor, on this item now, so please help me with this. Councillor Jackson on this item. I'm sorry, Councillor Pearson first on this item.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm, if I could, to the author of the amendment. All we're doing is safeguarding that we don't release anything till we know that it's as simple. It's just making sure that we have the building permits and the planning approvals all in place before a dollar goes out. Not that we want to slow down a process, and I thank you, Councillor Nan. I appreciate actually the amendment. I think it's worthy, and it's due diligence of making sure that we do things properly. Thank you. I will support it.
Councillor Nan is nodding in agreement violently.
Not violently, very peacefully.
Okay. Councillor Jackson, on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I want to just provide a little historical context and a story quickly for my colleagues, especially for new members of council. And only because from yesterday's ECS meeting and today, terms of the radial separation have been introduced, and terms of oversaturation, disproportionate number. So, Mr. Mayor, you'll recall approximately 10 years ago, very quickly, the majority of us, including Councillor Jackson here, voted against the relocation of the Linwood Charlton group home for girls, if I recall, about 10 years ago, to a location, I think if memory serves me right, around Augusta, Walnut area. And most of us did, on record, because we were concerned about an oversaturation, a disproportionate number of RCFs, group homes, halfway houses, in a particular vicinity, area, neighborhood, that would create a disproportionate number of these facilities and would cause some pushback from everyday homeowners and tenants in the communities. My goodness, Mr. Mayor, finally, all my scars from 10 years ago have healed, which now in that portion of my back can allow for future unrelated scars to come forward from critics. My goodness, Mr. Mayor, I remember how highly criticized, admonished, chastised, ridiculed, that I was for even suggesting that I wasn't supportive of this girls' group home relocating. And all I was doing was based on the city's radial separation bylaw, which I thought was a good thing. And I recall, if memory serves me right, it was about a 300 meter so that there wouldn't be an over concentration in a particular neighborhood. I was strongly supportive, but at the OMB, the girls' lawyers and planners were successful, I think, on unconstitutional grounds, overturning the city council decision, and the group home was allowed to go forward. I leave that past historical story, Mr. Mayor, for especially some of the newer members of council to keep in mind. I wish the progressives of the day were more understanding of where Councillor Jackson and the majority of us were coming from a neighborhood standpoint, to avoid a disproportionate number of group homes in a particular setting and a particular ward. And I just hope from this moment on going forward, that will be kept in mind, and maybe we'll get some support in the future from the more progressive element in our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to share that.
Thank you. On this item, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I remember the Linwood Group Home. I remember the debate. I also remember the acrimony with what some people felt was going to transpire if these young girls who were mentally ill moved into the Linwood Group Home for girls. I also remember that there was no issues. So it happened. And all of the naysayers who raised all of the concern, it simply didn't happen. With regards to what is before us here today, Mr. Mayor, there were 8, if I counted them correctly, reports on affordable housing in different machinations. In one report, there was a chart which talked about how many people would need services and where they were going to go. And that report showed that there was a deficit for 86 beds because we didn't have the resources. We weren't moving forward with hotel space again because it was so expensive. And now if we say no to this project, it's 136 people that will be without beds come this winter. That concerns me, Mr. Mayor. Most certainly that concerns me. I think we really need to put on a full court press with the provincial government. I know the city manager and the mayor are meeting with the ministers at AMO, I think next week. And they're raising these very issues that we are finding challenges with, including supportive housing, because many of the people who are homeless, they have a high acuity of care. They are mentally ill. Some are addicted to different substances, and they need the supports to make their transition into affordable housing. Supports like we have done at Indewell, which the minister, in your absence, I went to that little tour with him, and he thought it was wonderful. And he talked about one in St. Thomas that was incredibly successful. And what they did, which was really quite remarkable, was it lowered the amount of police interaction. It lowered the number of people going to the emergency room. It lowered the number of people just going looking for a doctor. It was remarkable. And so I would say that he seems to be aware of what supportive housing can do in combination with Brian's Law, which was legislation approved by the government of Ontario quite some time ago. And so I'm concerned that the decisions we make today, although likely palatable politically, may come back to bite us rather hardly when we don't have the beds for the homeless people. And that concerns me sincerely. So I'll leave it to my colleagues, but when I looked at all those reports and I saw how many beds we were short, even with all of those expenditures that we put forth yesterday, and we put a lot of money on the table, we were still short beds for homeless men. And so I'm not sure how we're going to wrestle our way through this. Perhaps we are fortunate enough to get some help from the federal government and the provincial government through the mayor's interventions. Always support you in that regard. But I want us to be aware. We can say no. We can send this back to a process whereby the public gets involved, and they will say no. We're not out of the woods yet. So some of this work is going to be temporary, and we need to find permanent solutions to our housing crisis here in Hamilton for homeless people. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And right on 5 minutes, Councillor. Well done. Councillor Wilson on this item as well.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to echo the same themes that were articulated by my colleague, Councillor Pearson. And to my colleagues, I would just dearly remind you who the mover is of this motion, who has never, to my recollection, uttered an exclusionary tone during her tenure. And I don't think what this amendment is about is at all challenging the need for accommodation, the fact that we have a crisis, or the need. I think what this amendment is to avoid potentially things that actually harm our efforts over the long run to ensure we have a mix of people based on needs throughout our neighborhoods. And the way we accomplish that is through process and due diligence. Otherwise, we risk breaching trust and frustrating our efforts to move down the road for more inclusive, accommodating neighborhoods. And I think this is all the amendment is asking, as per pointed out by Councillor Pearson, that the necessarily due diligence be brought so that we avoid undermining our efforts on a macro basis over the long term. So I will be supporting the amendment. I think it's prudent, and it, in the long run, will serve efforts in this regard much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nance, second time.
Yeah, most certainly. And thank you to my colleagues for the discussion thus far. Through you, Mayor, this motion is literally just amending to bring due diligence and the address of the location onto the public record. There has been expressed legitimate concern in the ward that there are reports that get indicated or brought forward that don't have enough information. And that, unfortunately, then turns into a narrative that is absolutely unfair to the staff who've been working so diligently here in the Corporation and Housing Services, and those inside of every nonprofit social agency that has been carrying the brunt of health and well-being throughout this pandemic. There is narratives afloat that this is some sort of secret agenda. And the one response I have over and over to my residents is that of transparency and that of due diligence and that of saying the process will be the process, regardless of who it is. That's my obligation to this corporation. That's my obligation as a governor. That's my obligation to the people I represent. And all of us around this table understand the exact same scenario of having folks on various spectrums on a social, political issue, but more importantly, around their understanding of the way in which this municipality is being called on to deliver in a climate and in a context where we are experiencing the most extreme crunch as it relates to affordable housing, attainable housing, and adequate funding for health and addiction services. That this municipality, along with every other municipality across this province, is being left high and dry when we in fact need deep, deep, deep investment for actual recovery to take place coming out of this pandemic. To imply or suggest in any way that me seeking an amendment for due diligence and transparency is in any way opposition to the good work that Mission Services does and that I support day in and day out here in Ward 3 through their building on Wentworth and Willows Place, where I've been shepherding supports, is absolutely disrespectful and unnecessary and just shocking, frankly. Anybody would want to walk down that path with me. There's no here. This report in its entirety brings $22 million of municipal investment at a time that we need it. That as a city, we have the opportunity to deliver it. There is no here. So I would appreciate my colleagues to just step back for a second and bring forward the values of transparency and due diligence. This is a simple amending a motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The simple amending a motion got very complicated in a hurry. So I'm going to ask for a vote on item 7 as amended. So on the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I'm on as a second time.
Okay, thank you. Second time, go ahead.
Through you to Al Fletcher, is there a similar amendment for all the other projects before us?
So let's start with Angela Burden.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, are you asking if there is a similar, if you could repeat the question, councillor?
Similar to this amendment, is the same amendment before us the same condition for all the other projects?
So the amendment to the recommendation is staff recommending, based yesterday on the conversation about the degree of consultation that has occurred with the community, and Healthy and Safe Communities was asked to confer with planning as we did not have the detail. So it is related to this project, the grant for mission services.
Would Al know through, thank you, Angela, through you to Al with his former planning and licensing experience as well, and now his work he's doing with Healthy and Safe Communities. So on the other items on this agenda, is there a condition that permits and planning approvals be in place before funding flows? Al?
Fletcher?
Through the mayor to the councillor, Al Fletcher, Acting Director of Housing Services. The other projects that we have tied to recommendations are, the uses are already permitted. They're not subject of or need planning processes, and they are essentially good to go as they are.
So through you then again to our director, Steve, and again, I'm just trying to get clarity here. I know we all want what's best to at least tackle this element of the crisis that this city has that's not exclusive to this city, of course, but as it relates to the men's shelter system. So just to reiterate and close and help bring clarity to me for this particular amendment that is focused on just this one of the 8 items, and as Councillor Clark noted, all of them very, very important, and a lot of money flowing yesterday at Emergency Community Services. To what Al just said, you've confirmed with us here that they've been a lodging home for 50 years on James, and that doesn't change because the zoning is applicable at the King Street location. Steve.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment as put forward by Councillor Nance, seconded by Councillor Wilson, all in favor or opposed? Let's get to the amendment. And Councillor Powers, thumbs up, thank you. And that's carried 12-1. And we are back to the original recommendation on this item. So item 7 as amended, all in favor? And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. And that is carried. And Councillor Danko, which item, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 items, and maybe we're all just getting a little hangry, so I'll be very brief. First is I just wanted to highlight item 4, which is the Recreation Master Plan that outlines the community needs for recreation and parks and in our citywide communities. And now that we have this report for us, I'm really hoping that this can help to inform our discussions around the Commonwealth Games, because I think it'll be really important to help map what is being proposed for Commonwealth to what is in this report as identified with being the community needs for the future. The second item I just wanted to highlight on the report is I don't sit on the ECS, but I did sit in yesterday on a committee, but I missed this item, so I really appreciate Councillor Jackson for bringing this forward. This is item 16, which is a relocation of some garbage dumpsters at 45 Montcalm. That is a City Housing Hamilton site in Ward 8. And right now they have 3 dumpsters that are right on the sidewalk, and it's kind of just an ongoing issue with illegal dumping, and it's just a constant mess for residents. So this is reallocating $250,000 from Ward 8 area rating reserves in order to relocate those bins onto the City Housing Hamilton site itself. We've been working closely with City Housing Hamilton staff and our waste management staff, and they've been absolutely just fantastic in finding a permanent solution to this. This will now allow the residents that live at 45 Montcalm to fully participate in the regular waste management system with recycling, with organics, and with waste. And it also takes those bins off of the city right of way and puts it into the complex where it should be. So appreciate Councillor Jackson once again for moving that forward, and really appreciate the patience of residents that live in the neighborhood who've been waiting a long time for a permanent solution. And just finally, one of the reasons why this is being funded from Ward 8 area rating reserves and not from City Housing Hamilton is because I wanted to make sure that City Housing Hamilton can maintain all the funds that they have available for housing. So I was happy to do this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate us getting to the main motion on the Emergency Community Services report. Report as amended, all in favor? Thank you. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. We're going to rise and report after this, and then we're going to take a break. Councillor Danko, if you would, a motion to rise and report from Committee of the Whole.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that we rise and report.
Thank you. All in favor? Vote is up. We're all going to rise, and then we're going to report, and then we're going to have lunch. So back here at 20 after 1, a motion to recess is needed. Show of hands is appropriate, I think. Yep. Lots of enthusiasm for that. Thank you. We'll see you at, you do need to make an electronic vote, so okay, yes would be the appropriate vote. Anybody that votes no, I'm coming after you. I'm just, double thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. That looks a little weird, Councillor Jackson, when you do that. Thank you. We'll see you at 20 after 1. Okay. Not thrilled about departures, but we have a council meeting to do, and I would think the day would have been cleared out for that. In any event, we are at item 6, so quorum is in the room. On we go. Renaming of Keith Park to Joel Hulsman Park. Councillor Nan, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and hopefully seconded by you that the renaming of Keith Park to Joel Hulsman Park, whereas Joel Hulsman started working at Kineski Sports and Cycle at the age of 12, where he was part of the infamous legacy of producing the gold standard of goalie pads among hockey players until 1992. And whereas Joel became the owner of Kineski Sports and Cycle on Barton Street until it closed in 2015, and whereas Joel was known as the mayor of Barton Street and Kineski Sports and Cycle acted as an information hub and community gathering place, whereas residents in the ward have requested that the park situated at Keith Street and Douglas Avenue be named after Joel to coincide with the 50th anniversary of Team Canada's 72 Summit Series in hockey, which is taking place in September this year. And whereas a facility naming subcommittee meeting to discuss the request will not fall within the September deadline for the naming, as is the usual practice of naming requests, therefore be it resolved that staff proceed with the process of having the park at the corner of Keith and Douglas Avenue named after Joel Hulsman to coincide with the 50th anniversary of Team Canada 72 Summit Series in hockey in September this year. Thank you.
Okay, happy to second that. Thank you. Any comments or questions on that motion? Not seeing anything. I'm assuming that's an old one. Thank you. So all in favor of the motion then? Any opposed? I don't recall there were any abstentions. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
I just got my e-scribe back, Mr. Mayor. I voted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Powers is a thumbs up. Supportive, in favor. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson. Do you want to just give us a? There we go. Oh, you like doing the thumbs up, why don't you? All right, it's carried. Thank you. And we're going to turn to item 6.2. It's Councillor Partridge of a motion regarding the School Board Liaison Committee, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Committees. Thank you, both Catholic and public. Your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is to increase the council membership by 1 on each of those. So therefore be it resolved that Councillor Russ Powers be appointed to the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee for the remainder of the 2018 to 2022 term of council, and that Councillor Brad Clark be appointed to the Hamilton Wentworth Catholic District School Board Liaison Committee for the remainder of 2018 to 2022 term of council. And that's moved by myself and seconded by Arlene Vanderbeek, please.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions on that motion? It'll be a wonderful 2 months, maybe 3. Thank you for your service. All in favor? And I think that was a thumbs up from Councillor Powers, although, you know, that might have been a conflict.
Just want to know if the mayor played the drums in high school or something.
Are you hearing the tapping?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry.
All day.
Yes, I do play the drums, and all too often. So sorry about that. That's carried, thank you. And if I could turn the chair over to Councillor Danko. I have a motion to amend a previous recommendation. I can read it. It is whereas the Council on June the 22nd, 2022 authorized staff to respond to supporting the Ukraine crisis, including but not limited to short-term and temporary accommodations and wraparound supports with an estimated cost of $670,000 per month for 2 months, totaling $1.34 million. Whereas staff as of August the 12th, 2022 have expensed approximately $25,000 of the estimated cost of $670,000 per month for 2 months. And where it is now necessary to extend the time frame beyond August 22 to approximately January 31st, 2023, to an upset limit of, again, the same amount that was previously indicated, which is $1.34,670,000 per month for 2 months. Therefore, be it resolved that subsection A of item 510A of the June 22nd, 2022 Council minutes respecting the report HC 22029, Ukrainian response update and request assistance citywide, be amended to read as follows: that staff be authorized to respond to support the Ukraine crisis, including but not limited to short-term and temporary accommodations and wraparound supports, with an upset limit of the same number, $1.34 million, to be charged to the corporate finances expenditures non-program debt, the debt ID account. And if I could just briefly, again, we authorized, the help and support for the Ukrainian intake. Clearly, the Ukrainian intake is taking longer than a couple of months. And so all we're asking for is a longer time frame to allow for that intake to continue at the same numbers that was previously authorized in total for that intake. So there's no change in the numbers, just change in the time frame. And I would hope and think that we would continue to support the Ukrainians and have supported Ukrainians that are coming into our community. And again, this morning, the support through items as supplies. And I'll recall that we previously did some shipments of needed supplies going to Ukraine. I think the city has been helpful and generous. And I think that generosity is very, very much appreciated by our Ukrainian community here, as well as the Ukrainians that are coming into our community. So the request is to extend the time frame of that upset limit of $1.34 million, and that everything else remain the same in terms of the amounts and the account that it's coming from. So that's the motion and direction, and I would appreciate, I think staff would appreciate the support, because obviously the intake is taking a little longer, over a longer time frame than originally anticipated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And your seconder on that?
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. So the motion's before you. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. All in favor or opposed?
Sorry? Okay, thank you. I missed that screenshot. Thank you. We're going to go to item 7, or notices of motion. This is item 7.3, financial support for City Housing Hamilton. Councillor Farr, you have a motion.
I do, Mr. Mayor, and I seek to, this is the one where I'm waiving the rules, correct?
Yes, that's right. First, we waive the rules, so time sensitive, so 2/3 majority required. So let's have you move that, waiving of the rules.
By Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. All in favor? I see thumbs up from Councillor Partridge and Powers. And that's carried. And then your motion, Councillor Farr.
Mr. Mayor, it's lengthy. We had that emergency meeting just a few days ago. If you'd like, it might be best just for Mike Zagarek to just quickly, briefly describe what's before us, and then we can just vote instead of me reading it through.
Okay, thank you. And everyone's had it, I think, for sufficient time to understand what's in the content. So, Mr. Zagarek, if you would.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. What is before you is City Housing Hamilton. Staff reported up to their board requiring some additional funding as it relates to two projects, $5.4 million in total, $4.6 million for the 55 Queenston Road project, and $800,000 for the 104 Bay project. What is before you is seeking the authority through the shareholder for the city to support an additional $4.6 million in debt in order to proceed with the 55 Queenston Road project. So again, it is before you. The shareholder has received the request of the City Housing Hamilton Board, and it requires council approval.
Thank you. Anything to add, Councillor Farr?
Thanks again to Mike and finance staff and all of City Housing staff that have been working on this. And we were certainly caught off guard by the change in policy and process with CMHC so close to beginning of these projects too. And of course, you don't need to be told how significant and important these projects are. So thank you very much. And thank you to my seconder, Tom Jackson.
Thank you. And this will allow these projects to proceed. So that's the good news. Any comments? Any other comments? If not, all in favor? Thumbs up from Councillor Powers, a positive vote. That's carried, 11 to nothing, unanimous. We have item 7.4, which is a motion by Councillor Ferguson. I'm not aware that Councillor Ferguson's on at the moment.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I just had the video off. I was just finishing some lunch. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, so this is something that's a good news story, and I'm not asking for any money. But the clerks say because it involved the original resolution on the Arts Center got awarded, I have to have a motion to reconsider. So I'd like to move that the planning committee, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting an amendment to item 2 of the Public Works Committee report 19-011 respecting Ancaster Memorial Arts Center, Ward 12.
Right, so that's waiving the rules, 2/3 majority required. Any comments or questions on waiving the rules? Not seeing any. All in favor? Seconder is
Councillor Partridge.
Yep. Vote is there. Positive from Councillor Powers. And that's carried. Councillor Ferguson.
So, Mr. Mayor, the Arts Center in Ancaster, which was awarded, you saw back in 2019, has reached now substantial completion. There are some small shows that are going on in there as we speak. The theater is pretty well sold out. The tricky part was to get the seats out of China and out of the Vancouver port and through customs, but they're now there and they're now installed. Also, there's been overwhelming demand for space inside the old classrooms. The classrooms are refurbished for various arts groups. There's 7 of them, I believe, and they've been fully occupied. And our intent originally, when we put the funding together, was to let early years use it in the morning, some weeks, to do their the early years program that they run around the city, the whole city, but there is one in Ancaster. It's currently at a church in Ancaster. So it turns out there's no space for them in the Memorial Arts Center right now because it's been fully sold out. And so we found that there's probably a better space over at the Fieldcoat Museum, which is a very short distance, a short walk over from the Arts Center. The Fieldcoat Museum is a museum that shows a lot of artifacts, but it also has 8 acres of natural area there. And the early years staff are pleased with that location because there's a nice ground floor area as well lit, but also the grounds allows them to get the children out in the open grounds. For anybody who's visited Fieldcoat, it's a very large natural forested area with some pathways through it. So the motion today is that because we've had a small surplus, or actually had a budget on the Arts Center, because we have a small surplus, we want to take $200,000 from the Arts Center and move it over to Fieldcoat to prepare it for early years. So that's the long and short of the whole 3-page motion. It's mostly just reproducing the original motion to fund the Arts Center. But this now has the bolded part, which talks about the $200,000 in funding going from the surplus from the Arts Center over to Fieldcoat to prepare it for the early years use. So I'd like to move that if I can.
Thank you. And the seconder for that would be Councillor Partridge once again. Any comments or questions on that? Not seeing any. So all in favor? that's carried unanimously for all that are here. Item 7.5, Councillor Wilson, a motion regarding the Future Fund Governance Review and Reserve Strategy.
Mr. Mayor, I was advised by Mr. Zagaric that there is some time sensitivity to this because of when consultations are starting. So I need to waive the rules, sir.
So you're waiving the rules, and I think, did you ask the question if there was time sensitivity to this?
Well, I did privately, but I can certainly do so publicly. And Mr. Zagaric, I'll leave it to him to respond. Thank you.
Okay, so if you want to touch on that, but you're putting a motion to waive the rules in any event, so moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Renan. Mr. Zagaric, any...
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just a reminder that in May of this year, Council approved direction for staff to engage the public with respect to the future strategy and mandate for the Future Fund. Staff are preparing that engagement for September, October. In addition, we were directed to engage with Hamilton Future Fund Board, and I believe that engagement is either later this month or early September. So in preparation for both of those exercises, and given the lead time that's required to prepare a engagement strategy, a September 13th council approval would be tight for staff to prepare that material in advance. So again, through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's the will of council, it would be helpful to get direction today in advance of those efforts.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge, I see you're up there. Are you talking to the time sensitivity, or you want to get to the motion?
I'll wait for the motion, please.
Okay, thank you. So the motion to waive the rules has been put forward. I don't see any comment on that, so let's vote on that. And then Councillor Wilson can put her motion forward, and then we can speak to it. Councillor Powers, a positive vote. That's carried. Councillor Wilson.
Oh, I am unmuted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot of verbiage here, but I would like to read it into the public record. It is an amendment, and as Mr. Zagaric already noted, this council has provided direction as a consequence of the Auditor General's review of the Hamilton Future Fund to consult with the public on two fronts, one being the governance and the other being the use of the monies, the funds themselves. Whereas homelessness and affordable housing is a Hamilton City Council priority, whereas ensuring sustainability along the housing continuum is a critical and urgent concern, and Council has been asked to endorse a whole-of-community approach to develop a housing sustainability and investment plan, which will require the identification of appropriate and sustainable funding sources. Whereas there are approximately 6,450 active households on the City of Hamilton housing waitlist, whereas additional affordable housing developments with appropriate supports require a coordinated strategy involving all levels of government, the not-for-profit sector, and private donors. Whereas the Future Fund was established in 2002 with a mandate to create a permanent legacy for current and future generations of Hamiltonians to enjoy economic prosperity and improved quality of life, whereas the City of Hamilton leveraged $20 million from the Future Fund in the past towards a poverty reduction strategy with an emphasis on affordable housing. Whereas the Office of the City Auditor performed an assessment of the effectiveness of the Hamilton Future Fund, whereas the OCA brought forward 10 recommendations to strengthen fund governance, including development of a strategic plan for the use of funds, which incorporates public consultation. Whereas city staff have been directed by council to develop and execute public engagement and consultation on the Hamilton Future Fund governance and reserve strategy and report back on the results in January of next year. Whereas city council approved a framework for engagement and consultation on the Hamilton Future Fund governance and reserve strategy on June 8th of this year through AFNA report 220011, beg your pardon. Whereas some jurisdictions have introduced lending programs to help nonprofit organizations keep and increase affordable housing units, such as Nova Scotia's Community Housing Acquisition Program, CHAP, and the City of Ottawa's Community Land Trust. Therefore, be it resolved that subsection B to item 4 to AFNA Committee Report 22-011 respecting the Governance Review Subcommittee Report 22-002, May 30th of this year, Hamilton Future Fund Governance Review and Reserve Strategy be amended. And if I could just skip down to the amendment, if that's okay, that the framework for engagement and consultation be approved, and be amended to include priorities for investment along the housing continuum specific to nonprofit affordable housing, whereby Hamilton Future Fund, in whole or in conjunction with federal monies, could serve as a permanent revolving source of sustainable funding to assist in making affordable housing projects viable, where co-investment is appropriate and/or required with upper levels of government, and that the public engagement feedback be considered in the context of future updates to the city's affordable housing strategy. And if I could speak to it now. My apologies for that very long preamble. The erosion, Mr. Mayor, as you know, of existing housing stock, it's a critical issue for housing affordability, and this council has identified it to be a crisis, but also a priority. Affordable rental housing in the private market can disappear due to rising rents or intensification and existing properties being demolished. Not-for-profit housing providers are struggling to compete with private investors to purchase affordable housing units when they come to market, and this certainly undermines our strategic objective of addressing housing affordability and ending homelessness. The intent of this motion, Mr. Mayor, is to bring further definition and intent to the already planned community consultation on both the governance and the direction of the Hamilton Future Fund. It is to intentionally seek feedback from the community and housing providers in the not-for-profit sector and elsewhere, their thoughts, general, specific, or otherwise, on the Hamilton Future Fund as a revolving loan fund to help not-for-profit housing providers either acquire or preserve existing affordable rental stock, or perhaps to generate a small egg of equity needed to secure qualifying monies available to get them into that consideration with senior orders of government. It is about the possible when it can sometimes seem impossible for communities like Hamilton. I am sensitive to the argument that in so doing, we keep getting dragged into a policy realm that is not really, it was never meant to be ours. And by extension, forgiving and enabling the province and the federal government to be missing in action from a field, or at least to not be leaning into the responsibility that is clearly theirs. I think we can still and should still put forward this very principled argument. The decision that was made in 2000 to download Ontario's affordable housing stock onto local property taxes is coming home to roost as it collides with a number of unfortunate other determinants of health. But just yesterday at the city's Emergency and Community Services Committee, GM Burden repeated the obvious, but that requires repetition at every step, that we are in a crisis. And this council has already repeated that the provision of affordable housing, affordable units, is a priority for so many reasons. So I think because we are going into that consultation anyways, this is not determining the outcome of that consultation, but I think it is providing greater definition when we're talking about that piece which we said we were going to consult on. And that is to get some very clear feedback from providers and the community on, would something like this, which more agencies, provinces, and cities are going down, I referenced two of them in the motion, would this be of help? How could it be of help? How does it have to be structured to be of help while also still serving as a revolving loan fund? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge, Nand, myself, Councillor Vanderbeek, and Councillor Danko. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I'm certainly supportive of the public consultation and the feedback. My concern is around the mandate that was established right from the get-go on that it be a legacy fund and that it fund legacy projects. So through you, and I'm not sure who could answer this on staff, will there be an impact such as a complete change to the mandate for the fund?
Thank you. Mike Zagarek.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the principle of legacy, as I interpret the motion, would continue to be met in that it would be sustainable funding. So intended that these funds be lent out to housing opportunities within the community with an expectation that those funds be reimbursed back, repaid back to the city. With respect to the themes or priorities, that is the exercise that Council directed staff to engage the community on housing, as well as environmental, as well as sustainable infrastructure, were some of the themes that staff presented in May. So as it relates to legacy, the themes could change through you, Mr. Mayor. However, the principle with respect to the funds continuing to be available to the community in perpetuity would be met.
Yeah, and I appreciate that answer, Mr. Mayor. Mike, thank you. I just, I don't want this. I don't want the legacy aspect and the mandate to get lost in that it is, it becomes a funding source for climate change initiatives and all important and all necessary, and I support them, and especially the housing end of it. But I think there's great benefit to many organizations in the community. I know certainly we provided through the Future Fund funding for the Indigenous, Women's Indigenous Center and other such initiatives. So I wouldn't want that to get lost. One of my last question, well, maybe not my last, I'm just wondering what the effect would be, because we're talking with the Future Fund, there's Plan A and Plan B. And so which monies are we talking about here? Are we talking about the monies where we take the interest and that's the funding that gets put out to the community, or are we talking about both Plan A and B being tapped into? Please, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Zagarek.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, aligning to the Office of the City Auditor's recommendations, we were directed to engage the community with respect to Future Fund Plan A, which is essentially the $100 million that was originally levied from the local hydro equity. With respect to that reserve, there's approximately $60 million in cash and investments as of December 31st, 2021 in that reserve. Plan B has a balance of approximately $1.9 million, subject to the feedback. With respect to the engagement process, staff would develop some recommendations with respect to the intake process as relates to Future Fund B. So again, the engagement does include both parts. However, with respect to the strategy and mandate, that is principally focused on Future Fund A.
Yeah, and Future Fund A, of course, has the most money in it, but there is still money owed to come back to Plan A. Is that not correct? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The city's housing poverty reduction strategy, which is referenced in the motion, there's still reimbursements to Future Fund as it relates to that initiative. So again, there continue to be some transfers from the city levy back to Future Fund A.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the lands being that were sold at Barton and Tiffany, I think there was a total of $10 million or $20 million from that sale that was to come back to the Future Fund. I just hope that what good intentions start out to be doesn't see this fund completely wiped out in the next 5 or 10 years, so that we don't have anything to leverage going forward in the future. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and thank you to the mover for this, especially in light of yesterday's Emergency Community Services Committee meeting, as well as the committee meeting before that, when committee members learned about the 19+ not-for-profit and mixed affordable housing projects were facing funding jeopardy as the co-investment requirements shifted and left a lot of those agencies short millions, and putting a pressure on committee members wanting to support the development and bringing affordable units online sooner than later. This big burden then that that committee has been working on and that staff have been working on in terms of finding a municipal investment strategy or financial solution. So through you to staff, in light of that work that was done at ECS through GM Burden or GM Zagaric, would a sustainable option like this one, should it come back from community consultation as being a good course of priority setting for the future fund, would that help alleviate some of the pressures that were identified at ECS regarding the financial contribution strategy?
Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, I think the point of yesterday's meeting really resulted in the conclusion that we need a variety of tools, and this would definitely be one in a basket, and it's leaving no stone unturned in terms of exploring the opportunities. So heartily support the motion.
Thank you. Super important. And I really do appreciate the fact that this fund even exists. It is such an important leverage tool for the corporation and for council to be able to identify what our priorities are in terms of supporting lasting population outcomes and lasting impact on population outcomes. And instead of having that on the levy as a financial burden impact, the beauty of the way in which this fund was set up and it being a revolving fund, a sustainable fund, one that can see those funds come back, enables us to continue our course. So I guess the last question would be, in terms of the timeline for community consultation. I'm sorry, GM Zagaric, you mentioned it right off the bat, but you're looking to get out this month or in early September. Did I get that right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would undertake engagement after consultation with the Future Fund Board. We were asked to engage with the Future Fund Board before initiating consultation. I believe that is scheduled either later this month or early September, which then would allow us to finalize the consultation tool with an expectation to be out in the community late September, early October.
Great. Thank you. In favor, and as a Future Fund Board member, looking forward to the discussion at the board and appreciating the motion that's before us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Danko, if you could take the chair. I think I'm of several minds of this. One overriding concern is the more and more that we take on as a responsibility as a municipality in terms of the housing piece, which we already significantly have taken on as a responsibility. So 20 million out of the future fund, 3 million out of the annual dividend for the next 10 years, or now I guess leading 7 years. Some $50 million actually identified for affordable housing projects in our community already. On a mandate that, quite frankly, isn't ours. And so my worry is that the more we take on the responsibility in this space, so the responsibility for providing housing in the way that we are and providing the resources to make them happen, the less responsible the federal and provincial governments will feel, because they will start to notice that municipalities are picking up the tab. So good on them, and we don't have to. I think that's a mistake strategically. However, going for consultation is a positive thing. I'm pretty sure if you ask all the housing providers, we're going to create or potentially create a revolving fund to help you provide more housing in our community, the answer will be pretty obvious. Of course, they're going to say yes. My question is, have we as yet consulted with the Future Fund Board on this recommendation, which basically sets out housing as a priority from the fund, as opposed to other priorities. So, you know, what about hospice? What about long-term care? What about housing supports? We talked about that today, where, you know, we can probably house 100 people. We're applying to the provincial government for a few $1 million of annualized housing supports. If we had that, we could house 100 people in housing right now. That isn't mentioned in this motion or direction. And so I really do worry that we're kind of moving away from you know, the enduring legacy project that might strand other opportunities for other things that we have traditionally used this money for. And we've used this money for building a stadium. We've used this money to land bank, you know, some important lands on the Tiffany lands. I don't want to have this fund become an exclusively housing revolving fund. And this is sort of what this kind of angles towards. So yes, housing is a priority. In fact, maybe through you, I could ask to our staff, how much are we spending on housing as a municipality right now? More than both federal and provincial governments. So the municipality is already picking up, if my memory is correct, something in the order of $56 million, and the feds and the province each are in the 35 range. But I'll ask Angie or anyone else to correct those numbers, but we're spending significant resources on providing affordable housing opportunities as it stands. So the more and more you take on, the less and less the feds and the province will be inclined to participate with, it's my view. So potentially a motherhood statement that yes, housing is important, we all agree with that. Yes, we want to do more. We all agree with that. The question is, whose pocket should this be coming out of? Should it be the local taxpayer, or should our federal and provincial governments develop that national housing plan that we've been asking for that has not yet been delivered? So anyway, through you to Mike Zegarac, in terms of numbers, how much are we putting into housing, affordable housing, as we speak today?
So through the chair, as was presented earlier this week through our budget outlook report, between 2019 to 2022, there were approximately $562 million in investments in housing and housing affordability in the City of Hamilton. Local taxpayers contributed about 46% of that amount, approximately $256 million. The provincial government, approximately 31%, $176 million, and finally the federal government, 23%, approximately $130 million. So municipally, local taxpayers are funding 46 cents of every dollar, and I'll just note that over and above that, Council today ratified a number of investments. Some are immediate investments, some will be 2023 impacts as relates to housing, some future year impacts of approximately $35 million. So again, and to the Mayor's question regarding the level of government and responsibility, this has been a long-standing issue with municipalities in Ontario. Ontario, the only jurisdiction in North America that funds social housing on the local property tax base. And again, it's a regressive way of providing for a social program.
Mr. Mayor?
I heard the bell. I was coming out fighting. Look, I mean, I worry about this. You know, it really is motherhood to say housing is important. Of course it is. Should all of our resources be aligned to housing and housing supports for the City of Hamilton? I don't think so. There are you know, numerous other priorities that are important as well. And if we narrow the focus for the future fund to just housing, then you're narrowing the opportunity in other areas that are equally important. And so that's my concern. Public engagement, important. You know, asking the very people that provide housing in our community, the answer is obvious. Asking the governors of the future fund what their view is before a decision is made at this council, in my view, would have been more appropriate, and I haven't heard that. So I would be interested in hearing what the future fund governors that we set out as our agents for managing this fund, who just recently decided to continue on with the future fund rather than closing it down, would have a particular view on how these monies should be aligned or dispersed going into the future. So I'd much sooner hear their perspective before council makes a decision to launch into a narrow focus of housing for this future fund. Those are my comments. I appreciate the effort. Yes, housing is important, but so are a lot of other issues in our community, including housing supports that we talked about earlier. Councillor Danko, thank you. A little over my time. My apologies. Councillor Powers.
Sorry, I thought, Mr. Mayor, that there was two speakers ahead of me, Councillor Vanderbeek and Councillor Danko.
I probably jumped the queue on you. So listen, I think they can forgive me. So now that you're on, why don't you speak and then I'll come back to them.
I'm very supportive of the direction you're suggesting. Is that kind of discussion that we're having here is a discussion that needs to take place at the Hamilton Future Fund committee table, because it's, you know, relative to the governance and it's relative to the original purchases. I mean, purposes. Like Councillor Jackson, I was around at the time when the Future Fund was created, and the rules of engagement and the rules as to what they would fund and what they would not fund. And they were meant to be incubators and one-times and not become perpetual funding. So I'm agreeing with your reasoning. Is I think we're presumptuous in moving forward in what's suggested here. Let it find its way to the Hamilton Future Fund Committee, and if their thinking is this should be included, then bring it back to the new council for their further discussion and perhaps inclusion if the new council is up like mine. Thank you.
If you're thinking of a motion, I can come back to you later on that. And I do have Councillors Vanderbeek and Danko, and my apologies for jumping the queue on you, but Councillor Vanderbeek, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions have basically been answered through Councillor Partridge, yourself, and Councillor Powers. I do want to ask, though, through you to the mover, was this amendment vetted through at least the chair of the Future Fund Board of Governors?
Councillor Wilson?
The short answer is no, but the longer answer is, just to clarify, this is not to preclude or prescribe. And respectfully, the Hamilton Future Fund does not have 19 potential housing delegates coming to their door with detailing the kind of things that emergency services and this body are in receipt of. So it is not to preclude, but it is to inform based on the urgency and the priority that this council has already established. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern is that we have an established group who are doing good work, and they've been doing it for a long time, according to a mandate that was set early in its inception. And whether or not, or over the years, that mandate has changed a little here and there, I can't say because I wasn't involved. But I am on the committee now, and there was discussion at the last meeting about things sort of circumventing or feeling like they might be circumventing at least the chair's knowledge of them coming before councillors at committee or council. And so I am really reticent, as much as I certainly agree that we are in a crisis and that there are things that we want to be doing to alleviate that crisis. I do think that this should go to the Board of Governors for consideration, and a recommendation to council so that we know that they're aware and that they have vetted it with their knowledge and experience of the fund and their knowledge and experience with things like the need in Hamilton for more effective financing for available housing, whether that's affordable or subsidized or shelters. So if Councillor Powers puts forth a referral to the Board of Governors of the Future Fund, then I certainly willing to second that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Danko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the direction here is just to go out to public consultation, which is already happening, to ask if investment in affordable housing and housing is a priority. So I'm not really threatened by that. In this meeting, we just approved $9 million forgivable loan to support affordable housing. And with 18 other projects with another $22 million unfunded requirements to make those projects viable. So right now that's being levy funded or, looking for other options. And as General Manager Burden said, we need to look under every stone. So I don't see why we wouldn't go out to the public to, find out what their priorities are for the Future Fund, and then go from there. Those decisions will ultimately be made by the board in consultation with the public. But as my understanding anyway is that public consultation is happening now. So that's why this is timely and before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Second time, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor Danko underscoring, which I thought was evident in the wording of the motion. And respectfully, I did try to note in my opening comments that I do not discount the points that you were making, Mr. Mayor. That as a matter of principle, we are continuously and will continually be in a field that was never ours to begin with. And I do not discount the need for us to, on principle, and through our intergovernmental relation work, and you said you were going to be doing some of this at AMO, continue to pound that table. But there is the principle and there is the practical. And the practical is we have a crisis. And the practical is that we are losing affordable housing units. And the practical is that we have housing providers who are not given rising interest rates, given real estate prices, that are not able to compete with the private sector in the purchase of lands or in the retainment of those units. They are just too valuable. And the practical is that we are incurring costs because of this crisis, but just in other areas of our municipality, whether it be EMS, whether it be police services, whether it be a loss of taxes. To be sure, I would not, and nor does the motion suggest straying from the concept of revolving. It is to provide, and of course, if you asked every housing provider whether they would want more money, of course they're going to say yes. The intent of this is to say, would a revolving fund be of any assistance to you? And could you give us a scenario where it might be? If it wouldn't be, then the conversation is for naught, and we can move in other directions. But we're seeing in other jurisdictions, in Nova Scotia, in Ottawa, that there is value in this, and that communities are taking advantage of revolving loans for the purpose of securing units. And I never want to drag our professional staff into these discussions, but our GM said, no stone unturned, and this does not at all usurp the role of the Board of Governors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, second time.
Yeah, second time. Thank you, Mayor. Just in terms of the Board of Governors, Um, so an audit report was done and clearly indicated the need to address governance issues of the board, to address the applicant criteria for applicants to the fund, I guess a Fund B specifically, as well as an evaluative framework for the funds. And that report has yet to be received formally by the board. And I believe I heard very clearly from our staff who are responsible for carrying out the recommendations of the audit that first course of action is to have that conversation at the board level and then go into public consultation. And so, appreciating the comments around the table in terms of the caution that my colleagues have, but really all we'd be doing by moving this motion is asking the Board of Governors to consider adding what is here into the list of priorities that go out to consultation. So it's helping clarify what council's current requests would be for that board to consider. And I think that's reasonable. It's a very kind of prudent course and appropriate course of governance and decision making that's being outlined here. It's not trying to usurp the Future Fund Board. It is an attempt to work in alignment around identifying current priorities and enabling us as a municipality in this time of severe crunch that we're experiencing in delivering those deeply affordable units, given some of the changes that have happened in some of the co-investment funds. So that's it. That's all I'll say. I'll support the motion, of course. Bye.
Thank you. Councillor Powers, second time.
Once again, Councillor Partridge is ahead of me, and then I'm more than happy to speak a second time.
Oh, sorry. I'm distracted. Councillor Partridge, second time.
Yes, thanks very much, Councillor Powers and Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm getting increasingly uncomfortable. In the concept of what is being discussed, absolutely, it's a priority. We do have a crisis on our hands. But there's a couple of things that are bothering me. And number one, yes, the auditor's report was presented, it was well done, but it was never discussed with the chair of the Board of Governors. And I had that phone conversation with with him, and he was openly surprised and I think a little bit shocked that he was never consulted at any time. Neither was the Board of Governors. And now I'm hearing that, well, we'll let the Board of Governors decide, but we'll tell them what council wants. And I really think that's backing them into a corner. And again, the chair hasn't been spoken to. Staff haven't yet, and through no fault of their own, by the way, met with the Board of Governors. So I'm really uncomfortable at the way this is rolling out. Of course, as I believe you said, Mr. Mayor, if we go out there and say to these groups, would you like a revolving fund, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, would that help your needs? Well, I can't imagine any one of them saying no. They want to find a way to fit into that pot, and rightly so, because yes, we do have a crisis, but I'm not so sure that I can support this in that aspect of it. We're already doing the public consultation. So if I'm understanding this motion correctly, now it is that we're doing the public consultation. So let's take this information and see if they agree with us that that this would be helpful to them and this is the area we want to go in. And I'm really, really concerned that fund, which is intended to be a legacy project, which has been in place, I believe, since 2002, and I think that's when I joined that Board of Governors, with no direction, by the way. We had no support from staff. It was finance staff coming and reporting and helping us that way, but we had to develop our own application. We had to develop our own, mandate based on that legacy aspect. And the board at the time did a tremendous amount of work, and these are all volunteers, as we all know. So I am getting increasingly uncomfortable with this, and I'm not so sure that I can support it. But certainly, if Councillor Powers wants to bring forward his amendment I would like to hear from him as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Powers?
I don't have an amendment right at the moment. I just have a few comments for this, and I want to thank Councillor Nan for very helpfully and Councillor Partridge take us into what's the process that's evolving at the Hamilton Future Fund right now. I'm not a member. I've never been a member. All that I know is just the mandate and the and the direction that was provided to them by previous councils. But what I see and my concern is in section B.I, where it says that staff be directed to develop and execute the public fund. Like Councillor Partridge, I have a concern that there's kind of a parallel process taking place. Is that the board has not gone through the evaluation of the audit and the suggestions for a review of governance correspondingly, along with not only the governance but the mandate of the Hamilton Future Fund. So my suggestion, my preference would be just to receive this motion, refer it to the Hamilton Future Fund for their consideration and their comments, and to be brought back to a future council. I'm not making that motion right at the present time because I can see you still have a number of people who wish to speak on the matter, but that certainly would be my preference, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to put myself back on again as a second-time speaker. So, Councillor Danko, if you would. That I think is a wise direction on this. Look, I mean, I think Councillor Partridge said it. We're actually setting out what council wants and then asking them if they would agree with that, which I think is kind of backwards. So I would support referring this to the Future Fund Governance Board for their analysis, review, and comments, and recommendation back to this council. And then when it comes back to this council, they can decide whether or not they agree with the governance board recommendations, as we generally have. So it's been actually a very positive working relationship with a number of individuals in our broader community brought together to provide guidance on how we can best utilize these funds. And you know what, again, motherhood statement around housing right now. It's not like we're not putting any resources into it. We are putting plenty of resources into it. But we can't take all of our resources and provide housing. And and I wonder again, where the housing supports issue. I mean, if this were today and we were asking the Board of Governors to provide funding, I think the first automatic request we should have is give us that $2 million of housing supports, because right away we can house 100 people. I can ask our staff again, which has been our proposal to the provincial government in partnership with the Community Foundation and McMaster University. And so this motion doesn't speak to that. It doesn't have the flexibility in terms of that issue built into this. It really aligns itself to housing and housing specifically. So I prefer that the Board of Governors have a go at this and have a good look at what they believe to be an appropriate direction for the future fund. We have other areas that we're already applying to housing in our community. They're not small, they're significant. More significant than federal and provincial governments, in fact. And the more of that we do, the less commitment I believe we're going to see from those levels of government in the future. And that is exactly the wrong thing for us to be positioning ourselves in. Strategically, it's a mistake to take on that responsibility. And every time we do, there's always a bite back on that the government says, well, municipalities can handle it. Why should we step up in a more significant way? And to date, the federal government has not delivered a national housing strategy, which they should. And so immediate concerns, yes, we are meeting many of them. Are we meeting 100% of them? No, and we may never do, in fact. I'd like to think that one day we'll house everybody in an appropriate way. But I think that's quite a long ways off. And as Councillor Marula said at one point in time, given the cost of housing and providing housing today and building today, it's pretty much become unaffordable for everybody, let alone governments going forward. So the cost has risen significantly to the point where it makes it very difficult to provide at any level. And we're doing as much as we humanly can to provide as we are today. So I'll support Councillor Power's direction that I heard a minute ago, which I believe is going to turn into a motion to refer this to the Future Fund Governance Board for their comments and review. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Chair back, yep.
Sorry, if I can just chime in procedurally, the only person who can move a motion to refer is somebody who hasn't spoken to the matter. And Councillor Powers has spoken to it.
I'd be happy to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll come back to you on that. Don't speak.
Pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Pearson.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I certainly support deferral as well and give them an opportunity. But, you know, I'm sitting here today and certainly we all have a concern and a passion for addressing housing in the city of Hamilton. But it seems like the issue is becoming ever increasing daily. But Mr. Mayor, just the other day at GIC, we had the preliminary budget presentations made for next year. And I think we commented, several of us, on Mr. Zagarik's shakiness as he presented the budget. We're looking at going into this budget in 2023 with a 6.9% increase. So I have a major concern that, you know, it's been mentioned here since 2019 through to 2022, 46% of the contributions of $256 million, am I right? No, a total of $256 million has been on the taxpayers of the city of Hamilton. So I think prudently we need to have a proper review by the committee that will be dealing with the funding that goes out. So I support this being referred back, but I think now we have to have the lens on as far as our taxes for 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, third time.
Yeah, just to safeguard the integrity of our staff and the process, I'd like to just ask either if Mr. Charles Brown or Mr. Zagarik are with us, their engagement with the fund and or the board chair on the auditor's exercise and the results, because we were informed as a council that engagement was made or at least tried. Thank you.
I'm not clear on the integrity comment, but who wants to address that?
The integrity of the process, meaning Mr. Zagarik did his due diligence, sir.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, with respect to the public engagement process, both City Manager Smith and I had a conversation with the board chair to advise the board chair of that May report that went to committee and was ratified by committee with respect to the framework leading into the public consultation that committee is discussing today. So specific to the engagement process, the board chair was engaged and have confirmed the date. I've made reference to a forthcoming meeting of the Future Fund, and the Future Fund Board is meeting September 16th for two purposes. One is to receive a summary presentation by the city auditor with respect to their audit report, as well as to receive a presentation by finance staff with respect to the engagement process.
Thank you.
As my second request, if this body deems it necessary to defer this as a matter of public consultation, which we have already committed to the Future Fund Board, then I would respectfully request that perhaps if she is available, GM Burden accompany that, because I think in the absence of that, the urgency and the significance of this issue will be lost. If everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. So what this community and this city is facing, the number of entities that have asked or will be asking for funding, and perhaps reference to what other communities are doing, I would respectfully ask whomever is moving it if the appropriate staff could accompany it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I heard Councillor Ferguson propose to put forward a motion. Your motion would be?
I move that this matter be referred to the Future Fund for their consideration.
Thank you. Seconder for that? Councillor Pearson or Partridge? Your choice. Arm wrestle over that one. Any further comments on that? We've had a good discussion around this. I don't know that that's necessary, so let's vote. We'll see where it lands. So all in favor of that direction? Any opposed? Sorry, you're catching all votes. And that's carried. And one opposed. Thank you. We're at item 7.6 at this point, an amendment to the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report regarding city roads and sidewalks. Councillor Danko. Again, I waive the rules on your behalf, so moved by yourself, seconded by?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting amendment to item 3.1 of Council Minutes 22-001, respecting amendment to item 4 of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 21-022, respecting investing in city roads and sidewalks infrastructure with the Canada Community Building Funds. This is timely and necessary to waive the rules in order to get this work into the capital planning cycle as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so on waiving the rules, don't see any comment or request to comment, so all in favor? Are you looking for a thumbs up for Councillor Vanderbeek? Positive. Councillor Powers? Positive. Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate that this motion is rather lengthy and looks complicated, but it is not. It's simply taking $600,000 that was assigned through the Canada Community Building Funds. That's the gas tax money that each ward was allocated $2 million. Through the Audit and Finance Committee report, $100,000 of that for Ward 8 was assigned to preventative maintenance. 1.9 million was assigned to some work and cycling infrastructure on Lime Ridge. So all that this direction does is reallocate a portion of that $1.9 million from the Lime Ridge project to fund $600,000 towards phase 2 of the Ward 8 Complete Streets Review in order to implement those works. And just really quickly, Mr. Mayor, on the Ward 8 Complete Streets study and implementation, that work was begun in 2020. The final report is pending. It includes approximately $1.7 million worth of traffic safety and complete streets upgrades recommended for Ward 8. We've already started implementation of the phase 1 work with $553,000, which is ongoing now. Mainly speed cushions, curb bump outs, and pedestrian crossings and things like that. This funding, $600,000, will fund the phase 2, the medium-term work, which is expected to include more complex traffic calming measures, including gateway features, curb bump outs, raised crosswalks, and other safety installations. And then finally, presuming that I'm here to see the project through next term, there'll be an additional $500,000 to finish off the implementation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motions before you. It's well understood. I see thumbs up already. Let's put the vote up. All in favor? And positive vote from Councillor Powers and Councillor Nan. Anyone else need to do a manual? All in. Thank you, and that's carried, Councillor Danko. And if I would ask you, Councillor Danko, to introduce item 7.7, I have to step out for one moment. I'll be right back. Sorry? I know, but I'm...
That's me, Councillor Danko.
So that
Okay, so I'm coming to you, Council Powers,
do I have to explain this?
to waive the rules. Go ahead.
Thank you. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting an amendment to item 3.1 of Council Minutes 22-001 respecting the potential development of expansion at John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport.
And your seconder, Councillor?
Councillor Partridge.
Thank you. Any discussion? Nope. On waive the rules. Councillor Nan has a pageant to attend. Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Powers, please introduce your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. The motion's before you in that it's previously been dealt with by council. The details have been filled out in this at the time when it was approved by the airport liaison committee and found its way to council. There was some details that needed to be filled in. This motion has those details, so that's what's before us here.
Thank you. Sorry, who is your seconder? Councillor Partridge again?
Councillor Partridge again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised I read this. I'm the co-chair of the airport committee, and I never saw this till it come up on the screen. And so what has changed? What are the details you're filling in? Because I couldn't figure it out by reading the motion because it's not bolded with the changes that have been made to it. Can you explain those, please?
Yeah, staff could probably explain that, but you may recall is that we have a tenant at the airport who has outgrown the space that they need to continue their operations. New construction will be taking place in order to ensure the continuation of their operations at the airport. And this gives I'm going to say, the support and direction to Tradeport acting on behalf of ourselves in order to engage in lease arrangements to, how should we say, lease out the space that will be deemed vacant. But staff can certainly fill you in onto the more on the details.
And we have General Manager Thorne.
Yes, thank you very much. And so the Councillor Powers has described the intent of the direction well. This is the same direction that was in front of the airport subcommittee and that was approved by the airport subcommittee. But unfortunately, the minutes of the subcommittee did not make it onto the GIC agenda to be ratified before coming to council. So in consultation with the clerks, it was deemed that the motion, the recommendation that was approved at subcommittee had to come direct to council in this form to be ratified here at council. So it is the same as what the LRT subcommittee approved. It's just that the minutes did not make it onto the GIC agenda, and clerks might be better positioned if there's any sort of procedural questions around that.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I'm curious, first of all, why it didn't come through to chair. And not that I have anything against Councillor Powers, but I am the chair of it, and I had no idea this was coming. But it's still not clear to me. Who's the tenant? Is that DHL?
So through the chair for that detail, I might have to go to Ray Kessler, who I think is on the line and who was the author of the report as it went to the airport subcommittee.
Through the chair, Ray Kessler, Chief Corporate Real Estate Officer. Councillor, at this point, we can't disclose who that tenant is because the details of that have not been finalized. So that's why it is written the way it is. There is still ongoing negotiations with regards to what those leases look like. What the report does and this motion does is allow staff to deal with this issue post-council in an expeditious manner, because I do believe there is some urgency to the agreements that are being finalized right now by Tradeport and the tenant.
So a non-disturbance agreement is what? Elimination of the curfew, but we don't have a curfew.
No, through the chair, Councillor, the non-disturbance agreement addresses the issue of a tenancy that will exceed the length of the head lease that we have with Tradeport. So there's approximately 14 years left remaining on that agreement. I know we're looking at possibly renewing that, but in the interim, if someone's going to make a significant investment in facilities, they require a longer term to that. And because the term exceeds Tradeport's authority to enter into those agreements, we need to provide a non-disturbance that we would inherit those agreements should the Tradeport agreement fall away.
Okay, I remember having that discussion at the airport committee where there was a tenant. I don't remember who it is because there's been so much information across my desk, but I'm starting to get a complex today. The staff are going around me, but okay, I think that's all I got.
Not around, more to the side.
That's around.
All those in favor?
Councillor Vanderbeek, were you able to vote?
And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item is 7.8, direction for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario representative. Mayor Eisenberger, I believe you want to waive the rules.
I do, seconded by Councillor Powers, to waive the rules relative to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario representative.
And seeing that the event is next week, timely.
Yep.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. And as you know, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario has had an ongoing representative at the AMO board and AMO organization, and that was Councillor Terry Whitehead. And unfortunately, Mr. Whitehead hasn't been or isn't available. And we do have upcoming AMO representation happening next week at the annual conference. And this motion is to appoint Councillor Powers to represent the City of Hamilton for the next solid 2.5 months, to represent the City of Hamilton at the AMO annual conference and for the duration of the term of council representation at AMO. And I would so move, and seconded by Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any discussion on the direction? Seeing none. All in favor or opposed?
Oh, he's opposed.
Councillor Powers, you're opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. And you have the chair back, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we are now at our illustrious statement by members. And so, members, we'll start with Councillor Clark isn't here. So, Councillor Pearson. We'll go from the bottom and work our way up.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I don't have very much today, but I am thrilled, absolutely thrilled to announce the event for the Winona Peach Festival will go ahead this year. So I just want to invite all my colleagues and residents that on the 26th, 27th, and 28th of August, the Winona Peach Festival will be up and running. Please get out and enjoy certainly the phenomenal peach sundaes, all the good foods that will be there, the crafts, the rides, the entertainment. Lots to see, lots to go on, and just excited that we are getting back to some normalcy now with having to address COVID over the last couple of years. So they've been in hiatus for 2 years, and I'm sure they're all thrilled to be back up and running. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I look forward to being there, handing out those wonderful peach sundaes until just before they run out of ice cream. So my timing has always been very good. I take no responsibility for the ice cream supply, but we're always delighted to hand out those peach sundaes because everybody loves them. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, for those of the media, those at home that may have missed it, today we approved the awarding of the contract for the Southcote Road reconstruction from Turner Road to the 403 bridge. It's been years in the making from getting on the capital budget, even though it's 100% DC funded because of the it was the part of the whole Meadowlands development is switching it now from a rural to an urban cross section, and it's not part of the ER zone, by the way, but it's been awarded today, and it should commence construction in the next couple of weeks, so we can finally get that beat up tired old road. It took about 2 or 3 years to get through environmental assessment, then it got delayed a year last year because of design hiccups, but it's now going to be underway. That's all.
That's great. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. This Saturday from 11 to 3, King Street in Dundas will be a classic car show. So if you really like old cars, it's probably the place to be, and you might want to bring your camera. It's being put on by the Dundas Downtown BIA, and we look forward to seeing everyone. Next week on Thursday at I want to say 7, but it leaves the park at 6:45, is the Dundas Cactus Festival Parade. It's the first one since 2019. And so we're all really looking forward to that. So if you are looking for some fun on next Thursday night, August the 18th, then please do come to Dundas. On the 19th, the evening of Friday, August 19th, through to about 5 o'clock on Sunday, the 21st, the Dundas Cactus Festival will be taking up the road, King Street, basically all of it, straight up to Market Street, to bring back the first full Cactus Festival since 2019. So I hope to see you all there. And Mr. Mayor, I need to leave the meeting. I'm dealing with an emergency in my ward, and so I am going to say goodbye. Thank you, sir.
I had a quick question for you. Are there still cactus at the Cactus Festival?
Sometimes, sir, but not like there used to be. We don't have a grower who's growing.
That major producer is gone, yeah, but it's a great tradition, and we look forward to being there. All the best on your emerging issue. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next Sunday, August 21st, we're having a huge picnic for our migrant workers. It's being put on by Migrant Matters, and it's at Christie Lake and Conservation Area at 11 a.m. And it's an absolutely wonderful community event. Hundreds of people attend. All the migrants that can get away for the day come down, and the community provides all the food, the farmers. It's just a joyous, joyous time to celebrate our migrants because, they are just so vital to the food production that feeds our cities, and farmers feed families in cities, and the farmers couldn't do it without the migrants. So we love to come together and celebrate them. And on the same day, there's going to be a 5-kilometer run in memory of Chris Owens and mental health issues. It's at Joe Sam's Park. Registration is at 10 o'clock, and the run is at 11 a.m. And again, I want to thank his friends who pulled this together and just done an amazing, amazing job. And we'll keep everyone in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Denko.
Nothing from me, Mr. Mayor, but I'll see Councillor Jackson at Barangas soon. Thank you.
I didn't get the invite. It's okay. I won't take it personal. Councillor Jackson, it's not too late.
That's a little inside.
I'd love to be there, yeah.
Yeah, that's a little inside joke between Councillor Danko and I. I'll explain after the meeting, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, first of all, I'm not asking Edie Fontana at this time. She's been called away to an important interview. But I just thought, in light of Council's decision by majority today, Mr. Mayor, to suspend the termination policy, maybe between herself and City Manager Smith, Council could confidentially, by way of an internal memo, be apprised of what that means to the status of the appeals at the hearing boards of the bargaining units and their reaction. Maybe a comprehensive, confidential email between the city manager and executive director Fontana would be in order, Mr. Mayor, and I'll leave that as well for you to, please.
Okay. Sure, we can make that happen, so thank you.
Perfect. Now, one wonderful announcement. This coming Tuesday, August 16th, I would encourage people to get to Eleanor Park around 6 p.m., but it starts at 6:30. Elvis has left the building and is going to be appearing at Eleanor Park, Mr. Mayor. This wonderful gentleman who I have met recently, Cameron Caton, C-A-T-O-N, has been throughout the pandemic, and hence he got the tagline COVID Elvis. He's been performing at a number of neighborhood parks across the mountain, primarily, all doing this as a volunteer, an amazing impersonator of Elvis Presley. He has, at the neighborhood parks he's appeared at with the organizers, he has raised over 63,000 pounds of food for our local food banks since 2020. So since the pandemic began, he's always been an impersonator of Elvis Presley. He just stepped it up and decided, all with these outdoor activities, all safely done, to bring joy and some kindness and happiness during the awful time of the 2-year pandemic. And so this coming Tuesday, in the heart of Ward 6 at Eleanor Park, between Upper Sherman and Upper Gage, Stone Church and Rymel, a beautiful park, 3-acre park, between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. He will be there. I want to thank volunteer organizer Bill Yates for what he's done. I know there's probably going to be several hundred families there. It's going to be a great time. There'll be refreshments and food. And I just want to thank Cameron Caton so much. And I'm going to try to find a way, Mr. Mayor, in the near future, see what I can do through my office or through the corporation to get this individual some form of tangible support. I'll be there to enjoy his singing. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Powers.
I want to thank Councillor Jackson for the invitation to Barangas, and I look forward to it someday. Just one is a thanks. I want to thank Carrie Brooks Joyner in that for her involvement and putting together a direction with regards to the Battle of Stony Creek. Recently, a meeting took place with all the volunteer groups and the reenactors, and there's a commitment of all of them to return in 2023. So we'll have a very vibrant event in downtown Stony Creek next year. Nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Nan is, I think, away for the moment at a recital, so give her that. Councillor Farr, are you still with us? There you are.
Yeah. Oh, and I will see everybody soon at Tom's party at Barangas, most of you anyway. I have but one thing to mention, and I know it hits home for you, Fred, and a lot of us, both inside and outside the music industry, past and present. Our week started with the disturbing news of the loss of one great Hamilton gentle giant, and in an extraordinary fashion that's still hard for a lot of us to comprehend. But Canadian, if not North American, rock and roll royalty, Gordy Lewis, has left us at the age of 65, and like I say, extraordinarily upsetting to a lot of us, and I know talking to a lot of folks in the music industry specifically this week, really a hard one to get our heads around, and a great loss to this community. So rest in peace, Gordy Lewis.
Indeed, an emerging double tragedy actually for the family. So I can only imagine the struggle they're going through right now, and certainly a great loss in the music industry for sure. Councillor Wilson.
Way outside my ward, but nonetheless a national issue. The second annual Indigenous Unity Rally is tomorrow outside of Hamilton City Hall at 12 noon, and I would extend that invite. I will be there and hope to see others. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will be off to AMO this Sunday to represent the city, and obviously do work with various ministers on some of the key issues we talked about today. So hopefully we can make some headway on helping them understand some of the local challenges that we're facing, specifically in housing and other areas. So we look forward to that. Councillor Powers will be there. Our city manager will be there as well, working on making some headway with our provincial government. So thank you for all of that. I'm going to turn to Councillor Danko and ask for a motion to receive the council communication updates. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor.
Was that a wave of support, Councillor Partridge, or just
Councillor Partridge?
Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry. I neglected to mention that on Friday, August the 19th, is the 80th anniversary for the Dieppe Veterans Memorial, and that would be down at Beach Boulevard at 1033 Beach Boulevard. And it's the anniversary of the raid on Dieppe, the 80th. My apologies. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Danko, on the communication updates.
Thank you. That the listing of communication updates from July 1st, 2022 to August 4th, 2022 be received.
Thank you. All in favor? Electronically, those that need to. Councillor Powers, positive. Councillor Jackson, positive thumb there. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, electronic vote possible, or?
Forgot to push the submit button, just done.
Okay, thank you. And that's carried. And on the confirming bylaws and all of the bylaws and the bills, and there are numerous of them, Councillor Danko, a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Powers, that the August 8th, 2022 bills be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto and signed by the mayor and the city clerk.
And I'm in the process of doing that, and I have a cramped hand, but all in favor?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. Old school carried. Drinks on Jackson at Barangas, that's what I heard. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Jay here. Did we receive the council communication updates, item 9?
Yes, we did.
Oh, sorry, missed it.
Where were you?
I'm going to Barangas, getting ready for the big party.
Pay attention, will you? Pay
You voted for it, Jay.
It's already there. Stick with us for another minute. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Electronically.
Carried.
Thumbs. Carried. All right, everybody, to Barangas. Tom, we'll see you there.
Good job, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you at Barangas.
Enjoy
Bye.
the weather. Bye-bye.